Good morning, everyone. This is Karen Mogus, Chair of the Water Quality Monitoring Council, and I am getting our meeting started. We do currently have a quorum in the room. I am personally excited about today's meeting because we haven't convened the working groups in a while, and while I know generally speaking what they're up to, I'm really thrilled to get kind of an opportunity to hear all of them at once and ask questions. So starting out, I just want to make sure that anyone that wants to speak during the meeting today needs to speak into a microphone, because we do have folks that are listening on the phone and online. So make sure that if you want to say anything, come up and grab a microphone, and if you just push the button, it'll turn green and you can talk. Restrooms, for those of you in the room, are ladies' room to the right, men's room all the way down the hall on the left. There's a cafeteria downstairs, coffee and fruit and cheese and all kinds of different muffins, things that you can purchase down there. So we'll start out with introductions. I should say, Nick was kind enough to remind me what number of meeting this is, and it's actually our 50th meeting of the Monitoring Council. So welcome to our 50th meeting and the last meeting of the decade. So should be a good one. So with that, I'll take introductions around the table and then around the room and then on the phone. So starting to my left.
So my name is Mary Ann Viney, and this is my first time at a meeting. I'm actually substituting for Helen today, and I'm part of a team that does water quality watershed monitoring in Carlsbad, California, and so we monitor 3 watersheds there. And we used to partner with San Diego Coastkeeper, but they ran out of funding, so we kind of took over for the part of the program that did the watersheds in Carlsbad, and it's, we're like a completely volunteer citizen scientists, although we do have chemists, biologists, so on and so forth that are working with us. We're about to do, I think, our 3rd monitoring event in January. We're really excited about it. We worked a lot with Eric Burris in terms of, and also purchased a lot of our own instrumentation. So that's it, really. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I'm a alternate member for the regulated POTW community.
Nick Martorano, Monitoring Council Director, also working for the State Water Board, Office of Information Management and Analysis.
Steve Weisberg with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority and representing the scientific community on the council.
I'm Peter Vroom, Deputy Director from City of San Diego Public Utilities, and I represent the water supply sector.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works, representing the regulated stormwater community.
We just pass one around for that.
Cool. Hello, I'm Tony Hale, representing the San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center. I'm here in my capacity as co-chair of the Trash Monitoring Workgroup.
I'm Jay Davis, also with San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center. I'm the lead of the Bioaccumulation Workgroup.
Hi, I'm Christine Cornelli with Larry Walker Associates, co-chair of the Trash Workgroup with Tony.
Becky Stanton-Owiha here as co-chair for California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network.
Hi, I'm Carl Ronning. I work up in Nevada City for a nonprofit called Circle, the Southeast River Citizens League. I'm a hydrologist for them, and I oversee our citizen science-based water quality monitoring program. And this is our first meeting we've come down for, so just seeing what's going on with this council. So,
hi, I'm Jacqueline. I'm also with Circle.
Good morning. I'm Eric Burris. I'm with the State Water Board's Clean Water team. Good to see all you citizen groups here. Today I'll be with the Safe to Swim Network as well as the California Water Quality Monitoring Collaboration Network.
Hi, my name is Anna Holder. I'm a California Sea Grant Fellow working in the Office of Information Management and Analysis, and I'm also relatively active with the Healthy Watersheds Partnership.
Hi, I'm Holly Ryer. I'm here with the California Ocean Protection Council.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Wendell with WeTap, and I'm here to talk about the Safe to Drink Working Group later on. Thank you.
And who do we have on the phone?
Hi, my name is Leland Fraseth. I'm a citizen and I submitted a public comment, and I'm here to hear what Karen has to say about the public comment I submitted.
Anyone else?
This is Terry Fleming, EPA. I'm the liaison.
Hi, this is Susie Thoreau from Squirt and the lead of the Molecular Methods Workgroup.
Anyone else on the phone?
Yes, this is Betsy Lichty. I'm the alternate for Division of Drinking Water, State Water Board.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. So action items from the September 5th Monitoring Council meeting. I guess I'll do my update on the MOU since it's the first action item listed in the table, which as you recall was it the last meeting that Phil attended? Phil Wiles, our Assistant Chief Counsel here at the State Board, came and gave us an overview of the MOU, and we discussed some changes we'd like to see. He has yet to make those changes, so we don't have an MOU yet to present to you all, but we're hoping to get it out in the next 2 weeks. I actually spoke with him last night, and he was off to his office to work on it. But in a couple of weeks, we'll get it out to you for the high-level review. There's not going to be huge changes beyond the acknowledgement that, for the most part, the State Water Board has taken over lead role and most of the responsibilities associated with the council at this stage. And then we also include some additional desires for additional council members per our conversation. So you'll see that hopefully in a couple of weeks. You can read it over Christmas time and give us some comments. So that's the one I had. Did you have others you wanted to highlight?
No, it's really just to approve the action items as they stand. If there were I received no comments on them. They've been posted online, so it's really just a motion to approve them as they are, and then I'll provide updates after this meeting for this year, past and then future action items.
So do I have a motion to approve? A second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Great. Sounds good. All right, so for today's meeting, we've already handled number 1. Then we'll go on to the public forum, and it sounds like we have at least one person who would like to make some comments on the phone. Then we'll have announcements and updates, so that's any announcements that the members have and then updates on activities since our last meeting. Then we'll give a summary of the subcommittee that met, when did we meet? October?
October 23rd.
Yeah, in October, to tee up the strategic planning effort. And so we'll have a presentation on what we came up with there and hopefully some robust discussion around some draft mission and vision statements, or vision and mission statements, I should say it in better order. Then we'll move on to the real, well, that was a meaty item too. That will be a good meaty item. And then we'll spend the rest of the afternoon, the morning and then into the afternoon hearing from all of the working groups and getting updates and hearing from them on their needs. And I hope will generate not just discussion with the council, but maybe discussion among the working groups. I don't know to what degree you guys all get together, but this is a good opportunity for us to have some robust discussion, especially since we are moving into January, where we'll be having a special meeting on our strategic planning. And so the better we can support the working groups in that effort, because that's where the real work is happening. So I'm super excited about hearing from the working groups, and then we'll round out the day with just planning our council meetings for 2020. Any additions or changes to the agenda from council members? All right, then we'll move on to the public forum. And Leland, I know that you're on the phone. I was planning to just read your comments, but would you prefer to go ahead and summarize them for the group yourself? I didn't realize you were going to actually participate.
Leland is here. Can I speak now?
Yeah, so I'd appreciate it if you summarized your comments yourself, since you are participating in the meeting. So go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, my name's Leland Fraseth, and I'm a retired citizen. I have no academic or occupational interest in water quality, other than I fish in the Delta and I swim in the Delta, and the water I drink comes out of the Delta. So I'm a citizen. I've written a number of public comments, 25 to the California Water Commission, concerned about their appropriating money for off-stream reservoirs. And in the comment I submitted for today's water quality meeting, I enclosed a couple of recent satellite photos, European Space Agency Copernicus satellite images of the Central Valley reservoirs, and I zoomed in quite a bit on San Luis Reservoir, and I had taken the Copernicus image and enhanced it with the application toolbox that European Space Agency has for Windows 10 called SNAP, and the C2 RCC processor, so that chlorophyll would be highlighted, because that's a proxy for what's going on in the water quality. And most of our reservoirs, especially the off-stream reservoirs, this time of year have a lot of chlorophyll. And if the water's not stored in surface water, if instead it were stored underground, like a lot of people advocate, it couldn't get the sunlight. And so I suggested that the Water Monitoring Council should take the Copernicus images and SNAP and develop some metrics and percolate them up to the agencies and the legislative agencies, so that legislative representatives, so that they could see the seasonal change in water quality in California, and they would change the trajectory of the path of approving off-stream reservoirs into going underground with the water. So I also included with my comment that I submitted a video which has my experience of 20 years as a customer in Contra Costa Water District with Los Vaqueros Reservoir. And the water just sits up there and evaporates and gets saltier, and so it really doesn't do a good job of improving my water quality. And so that, in a nutshell, is the comment I submitted. Was that too lengthy, Karen?
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you very much for your comments, and I just would encourage you to stay on the line for the rest of the meeting. We actually will be having an update from our California Cyanobacteria. What does CCHAB stand for?
California
Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Working Group, who actually has used satellite imagery to do some of their assessments and have a response program that they've developed. So I encourage you to listen in on that and provide any comments you have. I would think that working group is the most appropriate one for your comment, so it's good timing for you since we have them here in the room. But thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you, and I'm familiar with the work that they do. And as I said in my note, I feel that the EPA Cyano Hub Android app is insufficient and doesn't give the big picture that the legislature is approving the money for the upstream reservoirs need in order to change the trajectory to underground storage. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments either on the phone or in the room? Yes, please, come to a mic, please.
Thank you. I'm Pat Higgins, Eel River Recovery Project, and I help run a nonprofit in the 3,600 square mile Eel River watershed. We just put 112 water temperature probes out this year. That makes about 900 since 2012. From 1983, or 19, I'm that old. From 2013 to 2018, we studied cyanobacteria in the eel in conjunction with UC Berkeley, Keith Bowman-Gregson, Santa Cruz, and UC Santa Cruz, and also North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. So we've been about 80 to 90% volunteer driven, and in the longer term, that's not sustainable. So one of the reasons I'm here is like, does anybody fund monitoring? Good morning, Pat Higgins.
Thank you, Pat. It is a challenge. We have been putting together all that we've done under the auspices of the council in what I would call stone soup. Everyone kind of brings what they can contribute to the table, and we add the multiple parts together to make more than what the parts are worth. So yes, we feel your pain.
That's my game.
Any other public comments? All right, then we will move on to our next item, which is announcements and updates. I'm going to save mine for the end. I'll look around the room. Do we have any updates from other council members? Oh, you guys are going to be embarrassed when I talk because I got lots to say. Go ahead, Steve.
I have one that is a developing item that I think is a compliment to the council. Last year, NOAA, Navy, BOEM, and maybe even a few others, put together what they called the first national environment or extracellular DNA conference. It was held in New Jersey, intended to kind of look at how the federal agencies are working on this. And they contacted me, actually the head of NOAA contacted me last week to say that they would like to hold the next one on the West Coast. They would like to hold it at SCWRP in large part because they wanted to make connections with states as well. And in particular, they want to focus it on how do we move this stuff out of the science world and into the application world. And they were aware of and impressed by what we're doing with our genomics, or what we call molecular committee, and really looking to us as maybe this is a good venue to kind of talk about how are we transitioning those kinds of technologies into application in California. So it's, as I say, very early. This was a phone call that took place just last week. But I think two things. One, it's a compliment that our work is out there and people are recognizing that there's a need for a congealing body to help move this stuff into application. And two, I think it's potentially an opportunity for the council to become a co-sponsor of that kind of workshop should it move forward. And I think it has legs.
Do you have any idea what the timing would be for that?
I have a call with some of the NOAA leads on this next week. Tentatively, what we've been talking about is something like February of 2021. Again, very early in the process, but the idea was it would take at least a year to pull together. And of course, all the people who work in Washington said, I'd love to come to California in February.
Let's hope it's not flooding. Okay, anything else, Steve? Grant?
Yes, thank you, Karen. Just wanted to promote on behalf of the California Stormwater Quality Association, they'll be having their annual Federal and state stormwater and regulatory programs update quarterly meeting on January 16th here in Sacramento. I believe it'll be at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel here in Sac. That'll be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be members of EPA, State Water Board, and several regional boards who will be on the agenda providing updates. I believe there's also an update on storms, the State Board's storms program on the agenda as well. So anyone who's interested, they also offer a webcast option for that. And again, that's the CASQA quarterly meeting on January 16th.
Thanks, Grant. Peter.
So we made a decision, I guess, at the last meeting to try and have a council sponsor on a lot of the working groups. I attended my first working group meeting, the Bioaccumulation work group, which was really interesting. I enjoyed listening to the conversation very much. One of the questions I had is, do we actually have enough people on the council to have a sponsor on all the working groups? And if not, should we sign up for 2 instead of 1?
Question. I don't even know. Do we have a list of who's agreed to be on, be liaison to which working groups?
The short answer is we do.
Do we have coverage, I guess, is the big question.
We currently have coverage for all the active work groups. If all the work groups as listed were active, we would need to double up.
Other updates from council members? All right, well, I already provided the update on the MOU. I have a couple of outreach items to mention. I met with one of the deputy directors at Department of Fish and Wildlife, Chad Dibble, to brief him on what the council is doing. He's actually very familiar with the council. He used to work at the Central Valley Water Board and the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, and at that time was quite familiar with what the council's efforts were. He now is a decision maker at Fish and Wildlife and is interested in participating. Not sure who among his group would be most appropriate. So one of the follow-ups was to send him a list of the staffs that are working in the working groups. And I'll be following up with him to hopefully identify one of his managers, likely in their water program, to become a council member. So we're greasing the skids on that. The second outreach effort I did was I had a meeting with the new director of the Ocean Protection Council, Mark Gould, talking about a number of topics, including the Monitoring Council. He also is interested to know, he's not as familiar with what the council has been up to, and so we're scheduling a meeting that is focused just to brief him and his staff on the council. And we have his staff here in the room, so I really appreciate your attendance. It looks like my meeting was at least successful at getting somebody to come to the meeting, so that's good. So more to come on that. I also encouraged him to either participate or have staff participate in the strategic planning effort in January and provide some leadership from the ocean perspective at that meeting. So more to come on that. I think our briefing with him is scheduled on the 19th. So we're getting that moving before the strategic planning meeting so we can identify areas of mutual interest and possibly get a council member from OPC as well, which I think would be spectacular. So those are the 2 things I worked on since our last meeting. Any other updates? Nick?
Sure. Thank you. So there's a couple of updates. We partnered to help hold a trash management questions workshop at the San Francisco Estuary Institute on November 15th. It was a follow-up from last year's event, which spurred the creation of the trash monitoring work group. This event was focused, we invited some key subject matter experts, so it was an invite-only event across various sectors, and had a facilitated full-day event where we really brainstormed and helped focus the questions that we were asking related to trash and helped take those questions and prioritize them based on hackability or the ability to run a datathon, or are these things that are important but we don't have the data, and put those in different category with the idea that we could follow up with future events throughout 2020. Anna Holder, actually here, the Sea Grant Fellow, did a great job facilitating the event. Shelley Walther was one of the facilitators representing the council. I helped on the steering committee as well and participated in the event. Overall was really great. We've already scheduled, in fact, the next event, which is going to be here on February 28th. If there's any, if anybody wants information on that, I can certainly provide it. And we're hoping to have another event that'll piggyback on the symposium, the 2020 Water Data Science Symposium, which we again are co-sponsoring. And that's on June 29th and 30th. And we're actually going to have our second council meeting the very next day on July 1 to help kind of piggyback further on that event and have more of an open forum. So there'll be more on that. In not so great news, the ACWI, the parent agency from the federal government that encapsulates the National Water Quality Monitoring Council, officially ceased or went inactive as of today. So there is kind of questions as to what will happen with the National Monitoring Council, which I sit on and represent the EPA Region 9 states on, as well as the National Water Quality Monitoring Portal, who's going to maintain that, since that was really a huge function of the National Council, as well as kind of a national collaboration across states and federal agencies. So that was just released today. So there'll be more to come on that. But as of now, the ACWI itself has been suspended, and therefore any of its subcommittees and subgroups have also been suspended as of today.
Can you give us any background as to what led to the suspension? Was it a withdrawal of an organization?
It's just there's been a lack of federal action since 2018-19, so it's been a full year where they haven't been able to agree on, I'll try to pull up the email from this morning.
Their formal FACA has expired?
That's what it is, yes.
Yeah. So their formal group that was formed to advise on all things water information expired back in April of 2018. So they have been continuing to work on pending items since then, but now have suspended activities. So otherwise, I don't have any additional information. All right, then we'll move on to our first substantive item, which is our summary of the activities of the Strategic Planning Subcommittee that met in October at SQUIRP. I really found the day to be quite energizing and exciting, and we had lots of good discussion and came up with some draft vision and mission statements that we're going to present to you today. So Nick is going to tee up the presentation and walk us through, and I'm going to look to the other three subcommittee members who are in the room to add and augment as you remember how the day went, and then we'll have a robust discussion, I hope. So with that, Nick, take over.
Yeah, thanks. So this was a subcommittee meeting which consisted of Dr. Vroom, Grant, Shelley, Jared, Karen, and myself. We met for a good 4 or 5 hours down at SQUIRP to kind of better lay the groundwork for a larger full council meeting to be held in January, where we hopefully kind of complete the strategic planning process or set the action plan moving forward. We talked about the September 5th meeting, this idea of a dynamic tool set rather than the traditional kind of strategic plan document that kind of gets written and then sits on a shelf and nobody reads. So this one would be a shorter document that had the ability to change as priorities and services change. And it seemed to be received relatively well at the September meeting, so we were just building on that. So the graphic on the right. And this is kind of what we were focusing on. We were trying to come up with at least a draft strategy map that would allow us to be on the same page ourselves when we are talking about the council and what it's trying to do, utilize that as a recruitment tool, as well as allow us to then work our way down to, okay, here is our mission and vision, here are our goals, and then how do we accomplish those goals, and how do we measure how we are doing in achieving those goals, as well as the assets that we have available. So here are some examples. We went over these, some strategic maps that have been put in place from other state agencies. They're kind of designed to be a 1 or 2 pager that you can kind of be snappy and hand out at different events. So we can use this as an outreach as well. Here's one that we presented at September 5th, and it was kind of blank. We had some objectives that were taken from our 5 focus areas. And some kind of draft products and services, but as you can see, the mission and vision and values are something that was never really populated or thought of in the past. So we were trying to focus this meeting on developing those. And to do that, we really, and I wrote this up in the summary document, which is linked in the agenda and also available on our webpage. We started off with a SWOT analysis, or strengths, weaknesses, obstacles, and threats exercise, where I basically asked the subcommittee members to fill out where they thought we had strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and obstacles and threats, and then we put them all up on the board and kind of categorize them, and with keeping in mind our 5 focus areas from last year, and in order to help kind of define where we had overlap and help us kind of clarify our mission and vision. And anybody can jump in that was there. But it was a really great experience. We spent about an hour, 45 minutes just doing that part and kind of discussing kind of different ideas. And you can see that in the summary document. So what we came up with are several options, and we were hoping that today that we could get some sort of consensus on a vision and a mission and values, so that we have going into January a real framework to build off of and kind of get into the more nitty-gritty details. As far as the vision, we had in mind that it was something that was kind of, a utopic kind of, this is what we would want to see in a really short 1-sentence type of format. Here are several options. Anything that you see highlighted were things that were kind of our favorite, but we were hoping to kind of get feedback from people that are at the meeting here today and the council members to see what they thought on some of these options, or if they had other ideas. Any feedback on these? We decided to kind of say that what we would want for a vision for California to be a world-class quality and ecosystem monitoring network for California. So that would be the vision of just something for the state that we would hopefully try to feed into with our mission. Our mission is a little bit long and more kind of focused on what the council actually would do. We had a favorite being to enhance water and ecosystem health monitoring programs by providing a venue for coordination and developing guidance and recommendations to build a comprehensive statewide network for Californians. So this gets more into what the council itself is tasked with. Jerry was great about keeping us on track with what the legislation details in it, so we weren't getting outside of our scope, and also staying focused. So this would be our mission, to help us get to that vision, recognizing that we can't do all of it for the vision.
So the summary went out ahead of today's meeting. I hope folks were able to take a look at it. It was not long and highlighted the 2 statements, the vision and the mission, and included the other iterations for your consideration. So thoughts? Most of the people sitting around the table were at the subcommittee meeting, so just curious if folks had a chance to look at it and what you thought of it. Steve?
I don't disagree with any of it. I think there are some small nuances I should suggest. I think the biggest, I wouldn't call it concern, but the biggest area I think of discussion is how we translate that into the actions to achieve it, and how we measure whether we are successful in doing that, and how we morph if we're not successful. But having a vision and having a mission helps you just, but if you don't have those other pieces associated with it, then it doesn't become as useful. The one small nuance I would suggest to you of the ones that you wanted, I thought they were well done. The one small nuance is I think you want to add in something about associated ecosystem monitoring. There's a lot of ecosystem monitoring that's not water quality monitoring that we as a group want to take on those things.
Gotcha. So the idea here is that this will help us guide the discussion in January to get to exactly what you were just talking about, Steve, is how do we take our mission and our vision and the goals that we've identified and get actions on paper that we can then identify performance measures and start implementing. So this is kind of your opportunity to tell us we're crazy, that you guys are way off track, or yeah, we can work with this and look forward to using this as our framework for the January discussion. So that was the intent here. Yeah, Peter.
So I just want to kind of add to what Steve said. It's kind of reiterating a little bit, but I think that in January when we meet, what's going to be really critical is not only for the council members, but also for our subcommittee members to think about, if we're going to use the term a world-class water quality and associated ecosystem monitoring network, what is that? What components do we need to have that's going to make us, the state of California, have this world-class network? And then I think as far as the mission goes, then what specifically can the council do to address that? I know I've been hearing some comments from people about, oh, well, can you provide funding? And that's something that we're usually not able to do. So what can we provide to our working groups so that they can understand how we can actually help them? Because I think there's some confusion there.
This is Jared, and I think today's a really great day for the work groups to all be here to kind of share what their needs are and what they look to the council for. And I think for context, it would be important to review kind of the chartering documents or the governing documents to kind of understand the scope of how we construed and perceive this exercise. The chartering legislation is SB 1070, and it's a bill that requires the State Water Board, with the assistance of the regional boards, to implement a public information program on water quality matters. So I think that public information component is important to emphasize. There was talk in the summary document of the strategic planning that we reviewed a 5 areas of expertise document. And while we did review that, we also raised some objections to some of those 5 areas of expertise because it seemed to be going outside of the purview of what the council has set up. And so one example of an area of expertise was the council establishes guidance on data quality and method consistency for establishing monitoring programs across the state. And the scope of that, it seemed like that may be not exactly what the chartering legislation said, which is to implement a public information program on water quality matters. If you go specifically into the water code, it says the state board shall implement, with the assistance of the regional boards, a public information program on matters involving water quality, and shall place and maintain on its internet website in a format accessible to the public an information file on water quality monitoring, assessment, research, standards, regulation, enforcement, and other pertinent matters. And so if you kind of expand into this and what does it entail, you look at the MOU that proceeded from the legislation being chartered and enacted. And in the MOU states the council's responsibilities include recommending actions necessary to coordinate and expand the monitoring, assessment, and reporting efforts. And this phrase, water quality monitoring, assessment, and reporting efforts, is repeatedly through here. And so the idea is the council's overseeing this, but the end goal is always reporting. And so there's another governance document from 2010 that's the original monitoring program strategy for California, and it delineates what does the council do and what do the work groups do. And this is where it's very vital that the work groups are here, because it states in this governance document, the council's theme-specific work groups are responsible for the majority of the technical work involved in coordinating, monitoring, and developing assessment methods and portals, while the council plays a role made up of leadership, coordination, and support. And so in this 5 areas document, it says the council establishes guidance on data quality and method consistency. And so we had this conversation at the meeting saying, well, how do we reconcile one member's perspective on what the council does versus what's actually authorized codified in statute? And so we arrived at this mission, enhance water and ecosystem health monitoring programs by providing a venue for coordination and developing guidance and recommendations to build this network. And so the idea was that this network becomes the avenue or the platform to provide this public information component that's really core into what the chartering legislation was. And so I think there was a slide up there that showed some of the objectives, and I wasn't sure if that was something, Nick, you had generated, because I don't remember adding some of those objectives in there, but one of them was the second thing in the areas councils of expertise. But to be clear in terms of scope of the work group and scope of the council, this 2010 document I spoke about, it's clear. It says the California Water Quality uses the term standardization to refer to the use of identical methods. And in contrast, coordination refers to the use of methods that, while technically different, produce comparable results that provide the basis for data integration, comparisons across programs, and larger scale and more complex assessments. And this is the most pertinent language. Given the effort required to develop, promulgate, and maintain standardization and the large number of partners involved in the portals, the councils opted for coordination. Standardization will only be used as a final resort where coordination cannot produce the needed degree of comparability. And so in terms of the work groups here present, they can really, the idea is that you're getting to do the work that informs what we do, and we are trying to figure out how do we help you and empower you. And so at least from our POTW community, we've been trying to make sure we have our members from Southern California, Northern California, inland, coastal, participating in these work groups. And I think we've had 1 or 2 on each ideally, but we're wanting to increase the participation, but also wanting to make sure that other council members, constituents are involved in these work groups to provide you with the full perspective. And so I give that comment just to make sure there's context for some of the stuff that's discussed in here and to kind of understand where we're trying to see the council go in a strategic planning meeting in January.
I just wanted to respond. I mean, I think that's great. Thanks, Jared. I don't think there's a necessarily clear line between the council and its work groups. I see them more as one and the same, or in the fact that the council maybe provides direction to the work groups, recognizing that the work groups are where the work is being done, and establishing guidance on data quality and method consistency is a way to really talk about the coordination and interoperability of data sets to make sure that they're being collected in a way that they are at a high enough quality where they can be interoperable and can be combined. Not necessarily they all have to be using the same methods, but that the methods are consistent with the current science, that they're being collected with the right form of data elements and minimum data elements, that they're being collected with a QAPP, and providing the resources that we have available through our various sectors, whether that be through the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, which is obviously very closely ingrained with the council, or other areas where the regulated sector is also developing new methods and bringing up ways of collecting and reporting high quality monitoring data. But thanks for
Step just a little bit.
Sure.
Some of us are deaf.
I did want to point out that we also identified some core values that we pulled together at the meeting. Oh, I guess I'm teeing something up that wasn't. Yeah, the next slide. And wanted to get your sense of, do we agree that these are our core values as well? Because this helps guide all of the work that we as an organization do. And if we can get behind these, then we start to, gel as a group that can communicate what the council is doing, why are we doing it, what value added do we have for the state as a whole, and at the work group levels. So wanted to kind of get your sense of are these our core values? We picked 4, but we really got 8 in there.
I guess, is there anything missing or redundant or?
All right, no, go ahead.
Thank you, Karen. This is great. I just had a couple comments. As someone who's relatively new to the council, I think this is particularly helpful for me. I think going through it's, for those who've gone through this with an organization developing a mission, vision, values, it's, it can be difficult, sometimes challenging. I think this was, as Karen alluded to, we had a fairly productive meeting back in October, and personally, I think that we've struck a fairly good balance here with the vision statement and the mission statement. I think it will be particularly helpful moving forward as we look to engage others. And I know personally for me, I would like to see more engagement with the council from the stormwater community. I think in general, there's maybe a lot of misunderstanding about what the Monitoring Council's role is or what the Monitoring Council does, as you alluded to, Karen. So I think this will be particularly helpful moving forward. With respect to the draft values, I can't argue with any of these. They all, you can always, I guess it's a fine line where you stop adding draft values. But my 2 cents are that these are I think we hit the critical ones here with this particular set, but that's not to say that there aren't other values important to the council that and appreciate input from other council members on that. So thank you for allowing me to put in some 2 cents on it.
Thanks, Grant. So again, I think this helps us gel as an organization, and if we are all behind our vision, our mission, and our values, we can do better at communicating out what we are, what we do, why we do it. And so it may seem trivial and not important, but I think one of our biggest weaknesses has been the ability to clearly communicate who we are and where we're going and why. And so my hope is that this exercise and our strategic planning exercise in January gets us to a place where we're all on the same page as to who we are and where we're going, like I said. So while it seems trivial, I think it's quite foundational and important and really critical for our success in moving forward with all of the different pressures on the state to, have open data and to get data out to the public for their consumption, whether that be just general public or legislature or decision makers or staff at agencies. Defining what we are is going to be important for us to serve our audiences and our stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks for that, Karen. And as Jared mentioned, we didn't quite get to draft objectives. These are kind of what I had gleaned from previous discussions, including the top 5 areas, which really was, again, intended for those that weren't around last year, was really a document that was drafted to help delineate between the AB 1755, or the Open Data and Transparency Act, and our legislation, and where there was overlap, and where, even though one that with AB 1755 was going to really focus on the accessibility of data or the publication of data, which was also kind of captured in our legislation, that we would say, okay, great, that's going to help our mission, but here's where we still provide value and where we can take, be complementary in the 2 efforts. So and this is kind of where we saw at the time the strategy subcommittee at that time, which consisted of Tara, Karen, Steve, and myself and Chris Jones, where really with the eye on what the work groups are doing that provide value. So it's really a look at really what the work groups are doing. And that's kind of the objectives and goals are there to help implement the mission, and it's recognizing that the council itself, the members aren't necessarily doing the work. It's really the work groups, and this is what what their products are generally, and what we charge them to do. So if it was hopefully trying to agree on what we are asking of these voluntary work groups to be doing to help achieve our common mission. So.
I think there was conversation at the strategic planning. We just wanted to get the mission, vision, and core values, leaving the real strategic planning meeting to these objectives and goals. So, to that, the second and third one are straight out of the top 5 areas document, and they are in conflict with the governing documents. And I don't want to push the issue, but establishing guidance on data quality and method consistencies outside of the purview of the council. And it says the work groups are responsible for the majority of the technical work involved in the coordinating, monitoring, developing assessment methods, and reporting. And to be clear, it says in this governing document, the 2010 one, it states the council plays up a role made up of leadership, coordination, and support. And it says the council is a flexible organizational structure, but the council itself is not where the establishing guidance on data quality, identifying data interpretation thresholds, that's work group work. And so I think the idea is the work group bubbles this up to the council where we can sit there and assess and figure out how do we make a network, how do we make a public information website to provide all this information to the public so they can be users of it, to keep it within the 4 corners of the statute of what this is supposed to be a public information portal or dissemination tool. And so to utilize it for anything beyond that, you would have to wade carefully into those waters, no pun intended, because it's outside of the bounds of the document for no other reason than the document, the current governing structure says this is how the council works, this is how the work groups work, and it provides that saying, especially to the identifying data interpretation thresholds, it's important that the governing document delineates standardization and coordination. And if you look in our language, we hone in on the word coordination because that's what the governing document said. Coordination refers to the use of methods that, while technically different, produce comparable results. And given the effort to develop standardization, the council's opting for coordination. And so I think that I'd leave it there, but to kind of reiterate and maybe set up the conversation for how do we balance this this tension that the governing document sets up between the council's role and the work group's role. I think these objectives and goals, really nailing this down in January, is where the work should be focused, and I think all excited to get to that point.
Is this discussion open? Again, I'm Pat Higgins, Eel River Recovery Project. I just have a practical question for you. Your first bullet there is assessing water quality and ecosystem monitoring programs. I think we have one on the eel in terms of using temperature for adaptive management, in terms of trend monitoring. It's a good surrogate for flow. It is also an excellent indicator of viability for salmonids, which are cold beneficial uses. And we got a pretty comprehensive look at cyanobacteria in the eel, thanks to our partnership with Keith Bowman-Gregson. And we carried that monitoring as far as, then we began to realize that our sampling capacity with the technology at present was, we couldn't actually make continuous trend monitoring on cyanos work. So we'll be looking for like another tool to analyze cyanobacteria going forward, but we work very closely with Rafael Kudala. But I think we have an ecosystem monitoring program through temperature that's basin-wide right now, and we aspire to add temperature, or rather sediment. And we're shooting for a 319H grant to fix some stream banks in 10 Mile Creek, tributary of the South Fork eel. And there's a tool called VSTAR that is both validated by the North Coast Regional Board and in the TMDLs. And you can get high school kids to use a dipstick and go into pools and run transects off of it and measure the volume of sediment in pools versus sediment and water combined. And that ratio is extremely powerful and has been used regionally to understand sediment flux. So I come from the ground up. And you guys these overarching plans are very necessary. But the other thing I would add is that we're pedaling as fast as we can to accumulate the data and do the QA/QC. We can't pedal faster to vend it. If there's interest in people in using these data, then we are a source. But the original baseline data for the Eel River was done with a 205J grant from the US EPA in 1995 and 96. And it laid out a baseline of 250 locations. And so we want to reoccupy that entire trap line. And then the Climate Research Center in Colorado suggests that we need to measure 24/7, 365, because cold is as big as an issue as warm is going forward in climate change with water temperature. So I'm always looking for playmates, but how do we mesh, like at the ground, juggling? The one thing is I never think about how many balls I have in the air. It would make me dizzy and I'd drop them all. But we can't pedal any faster to interface with you guys and without resources. So that would be good if there was some money for resource partnerships, because we're a pretty good case study at the ground. And then I think that would be helpful for you guys.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. I think your monitoring program is exactly the kind of group that we want to be supporting and helping with technical guidance and whatever support we can give. We rarely, as has been indicated, have any funding to provide, but we can certainly provide venues for connecting you up with partners and getting you information about how to develop a quality assurance project plan and how to get your data into data systems that it can then be used for other purposes beyond.
So for us to vend to another level, there really has to be some incentive. And so I really appreciate the efforts of this group, but I don't think we have a mesh from where my group is and your realm of services at present, because interfacing more with you guys would require more time.
Yeah.
And that's where we're kind of short. And so, but we're there. And so if I piqued anybody's interest, I have business cards and, we will continue to accumulate data, but it's largely for the citizens of the basin who want a means to figure out, are their creeks drying up? And they don't want to confront their neighbors. So we collect data on hypothesis-driven, and methods, and then scientific truth and no judgment. But if the creek's drying up, then get some resources in there for water conservation and work proactively. So we're already in an adaptive management mode, and just kind of, we have an extraordinary community in the Eel. A lot of people at the end of the line have a lot of time on their hands, and they're also very, very willing participants in volunteer monitoring. So that's not a setting that would be transferable to most areas where people are just totally overmaxed and not as bonded with nature. So hope that was helpful.
No, it definitely is.
That's why I'm here, is just to see if there is a way that we can communicate, network, and to the benefit of both parties.
Yeah, no, I think hearing from people that are on the ground is absolutely the kind of thing we want to connect with. And so however we can support, we will. So thank you. Steve.
So Karen, I want to respectfully disagree with Jared on two things. And I say that in the hope that this will maybe tee up some of the discussion that we'll have at our January meeting. So you seem to have an objection to objective number 2 at the level of you don't think it's within our scope. I'm going to disagree because, again, I look back at some of the enabling legislation and I read words perhaps a little bit differently than you do. It charges us to describe how the state will develop an integrated monitoring program. It charges us with being comprehensive in scope and identify specific technical integration and resource needs. I think you can't create that network without having a consistency of methods or an understanding of consistency of methods. I think I look back at the very first one of these that we did, which was on beach water quality monitoring, where we had some groups that were monitoring via multiple tube fermentation. We had some groups versus membrane filtration, some groups using some of the newer IDEX methods. And we needed to know, and we needed to provide guidance on whether those were interchangeable. So I think the problem might be in the word guidance, in the sense that you may be looking at it as guidance as kind of rules, in which case I would agree. We are not a rule-making body. On the other hand, in terms of providing guidance as to what are methods that are consistent enough that they can form a network. So even the gentleman who just talked, he's got a methodology that he uses. Now, he has a funding issue that's a separate issue that we need to talk about. But in the end, if we want to pull groups like him into a network and create that network, which is what I think we want to do, we need to know what methods are compatible enough. So I think, depending on, you may read that as being too top down, which maybe we change the words, but I think what we need, the other point, you look like you want to respond. Let me give you the other one is, again, just a thought. You were making more of a distinction between the work groups and the council than I would make. The work groups I look at as are the council. They are the arms and legs on specific topics. They would be the ones that do that, but ultimately we're the ones who are asking them to do that. It's coming from, in a sense, our charter to them, that those are the things you need to work on. So anyway, I look forward to your response, but on the other hand, I really think this is a great tee up for the things that we need to get more specific so we're all on the same page.
I think to your first point, what you described to me sounds very different than establishing, right? But what you described sounds exactly what the governing documents say, which is coordination, so that you have comparability amongst groups. But also just to, go back to the chartering statute, it says the council shall review, assess, report, and make recommendations for actions and needs to coordinate these efforts. It should prepare, the statute says, for the ultimate development of a cost-effective, coordinated, integrated network for disseminating water quality information. And so I think that's kind of the point where the second and the third, if those are means to that end, then it's different, but these feel like ends. And that's where I think there's a little bit of it's turning the model on its head from a bottom up with the work groups doing it to the council. And I think that's really where, but again,
that's like we'll have some good discussion in January.
Oh, please come to a microphone.
Good morning, Sam Sandoval, faculty, extension specialist at UC Davis. The only thing that I think is, or what I suggest, feedback from the audience. So all the objectives, they read pretty well. I'm not sure if in the last one, building partnerships to increase participation and outreach, that is including feedback or considering feedback from the Californian society. I think of all the ones that I'm reading, that will be my comments, to sit there and receive feedback.
So have we laid a acceptable framework for our discussion in January? I think that's really what we like everyone to be like, yeah, this makes sense. Our values, mission, vision, we can work with this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, Karen, I had a similar question to, I think, Steve, is in terms of, maybe it's a philosophical one, is when we're talking about these, draft objectives for the council, are we also talking about the work groups, or are we making a distinction between the council and the work groups? Because I think that does change how we would craft those objectives if we are making a distinction. And so I think it would be helpful going into the January discussion if we were all sort of on the same page or in agreement on what the council embodies. When we say the council, does that include the work groups? I think that'd be helpful.
That's a good point. And I think also the 2010 documents delineate what is the council doing and what are the work groups doing. And so I think it's a very good observation that maybe that the objectives and goals, you have two sets of them. Maybe the two should be harmonized. They should, and not that they would be contradictory, but there are different roles assigned, and that may provide different objectives, or just from a scoping perspective. I mean, what's the scope?
Yeah, no, the way I would think of it is establishing the roles and responsibilities, but that we are one organization of the council and its working groups. Now, that's not to say that the working groups wouldn't exist without the council, because many of them predated the council. But I think we are one organization, and we need to articulate our path forward as one organization, but maybe be more clear as to who's doing what and how does the council help support and guide and collaborate in order to support the working groups. I mean, I'm happy to be, crystal clear on that. I had another thought and I lost it, so.
I think the CC Hab is a great example of taking a working group that's really, maybe it always was its own thing, but seeing the legislative support it had this year, I can't but think when you're talking about having financial support, there's resiliency bonds out there that are going to be coming in the legislature. Couldn't you have a carve out for some money, for the council, maybe protected to say, conflict of interest provision, council members themselves can't receive the money, but the various work group members, but you could word a bond language to really provide that, so that you arrive at the ultimate goal of having this portal or this information network that all these efforts that are going on can actually be like broadcast and promulgated, and people can know, can I go swim in this water? Can I eat this fish? That's the ultimate goal of the chartering statute. So I would think that would be well within the bounds of, I don't know how many legislative folk are in here would be interested in diving in, but I don't think it would be that hard of a provision to draft and then go talk to some legislative offices and see if they'd be up for adding that provision in to get that financial resources that I think we've talked about multiple times needing.
Hi, Becky Stan. I guess from as a work group perspective, I think we've all tried to establish our own charters that have at a individual work group level, these things. And so I guess from a work group perspective, it might be more helpful to kind of see how the council can function and interface and maybe have a separate set than trying to have it consolidated. But that's just one individual, and my co-chairs aren't here today, so I don't want to extend too far, but I guess having a clear connection, and I think certainly having the council members as sponsors will help with that interface, but that's just a thought in terms of rather than trying to be fully comprehensive, if it's how the council interfaces in this question of top-down, bottom-up, or some combination. But it's just a perspective. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Karen, I believe the plan was to have all of the workgroup chairs join at the January meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, we definitely wanted the working groups to participate in that planning effort.
This conversation just illustrates
Absolutely.
how important that is. And
Agreed.
Creating clarity on this would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Do we have a collection of all the chartering documents that you were just referring to? In terms of for your own work group, is that pulled together somewhere? Or does every work group have its own charter?
Most work groups have their own charter and it's on their webpage. Yeah. But again, like the governance document is old and the charter document is old, which is why we're doing the strategic planning exercises to update those things. So I wouldn't wed yourself too much to that governance document, which was created a decade ago by a different council with a different set of priorities and a different idea of the current environment. And so I think the idea is to relook at those things and think of where we can update those things and maybe clarify that we are one and the same. That's the way I describe it when I talk to people, that the work groups and the council are the same. I think this is an attempt to provide some consistency of how we charge the work groups. These are the objectives as the council sees them, and this is what the work groups should be working towards. And they're not going to do all of them, but there are certain ones that are going to be focusing on different things. For example, number 4 is right in line with the molecular methods. Interpretation thresholds is what the CCAB is trying to grapple with. I would think the first 2 are actually pretty consistent across them. And as well as the last one is really what we're trying to do. Again, in response to the gentleman over there, I think that his watershed program is exactly the type of information people like to see. If I'm a citizen group that's kind of budding, I would want to hopefully not start from scratch. I'd want to look at something that's successful or learn from the mistakes that have been made or where the gaps that are existing. You know, what you mentioned that there were some sort of technological challenges with looking at continuous monitoring. I wouldn't want to go spend my limited resources on that if I knew it wasn't capable at this time. So that's the kind of collaboration we'd want. You also mentioned grant funding. One thing the council does is we write recommendation letters or support letters that can be attached to your grant application and provide some weight. You know, we have a decent letterhead and we have a pretty substantial or high level set of council members now that can really help maybe push you over the edge to get that grant funding. We would hopefully try to make sure that what you were doing was in line with what we were up to, and we would ultimately want your data to be available for others to utilize, which is one of our founding kind of goals as I see it. But that's my 2 cents.
So, Jared, you did bring up one thing that I thought was really interesting. I'm not sure whether I agree. I have mixed feelings, which is I kind of heard 2 things in what you were saying that dovetail very nice with the public comment. We could potentially also serve, adding a goal, to serve as either a clearinghouse for funding opportunities or for a group that communicates with the legislature the need for funding in certain areas. That would be somewhat consistent with our original SB 1070. We do not have that as a goal right now. And this is not the first time we've heard a public comment that says, I'd love to do all the things you're talking about doing to improve the program, but it isn't going to happen without funding. I have mixed feelings about it because it puts you down a whole different set of interactions. On the other hand, since it comes up frequently enough, maybe that's something we consider at the January meeting, whether that should be a goal.
There's certainly an authority issue, and just anecdotally, I'm thinking of the Ocean Protection Council receives, through multiple bond measures, pools of money that, like you said, like a clearinghouse. And I'm not sure how we are currently chartered, if we even be an eligible recipient. And I also think the status of our MOU, I don't even know what that does to the technical status of the council per se. But all that withstanding, I mean, I think you're ultimately going to need some attorneys in here to help maybe answer some of those questions. But I think, yeah.
So let me clarify, because I was not advocating for us to be a granting organization, but to be a clearinghouse for what are the funding opportunities for groups that want to participate in a larger network.
That we would approve, or if somebody,
no approval, just serving as an information source. So
a connector.
What's that?
A connector.
A connector.
Yes, so if I see a grant opportunity come across my desk, I send it out to the leaders list that I think that would be most applicable and say, hey, look, this is an opportunity, here's the deadline, and then stuff like that. But
I definitively would not think that we would have the capability or the interest in becoming a granting organization.
Yeah, sure, I'm not trying to expand up to there, but I do think there's, to his point, like they need resources, right? And I think our voice as a council is we can use it to amplify those needs.
And that's what I was picking up in your comments. We don't have anything in that set of goals that would help with that amplification. And there are many possibilities for how you would achieve that amplification.
With respect to the time and the agenda, I just the only real comment that I got on the draft mission, vision, and values was to add associated in front of ecosystem. Were there any other comments, or because I'd like to move forward with at least having those instead of having a list of options in January. I'd like to just have the 2 that we've got, and if there was severe heartburn at the time, we can maybe tweak them. But I'd like to kind of have a semi-final draft vision or semi-final mission and vision and core values to go into that meeting with as a base to build off of for these kind of more in-depth conversations. So
I'm fine with adding associated to the front of ecosystem monitoring.
Fine with me.
Great.
I'm going to say that was the least painful mission and vision discussion I have ever participated in.
Yes, I'll second that.
So thank you.
Oh.
It helped that the majority of the council members were actually at the strategic planning subcommittee meeting. So, Steve, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I was going to say, you called it easy. Just be careful what you wish for, because when you put up that our mission and vision is to create a world-class monitoring systems, I think what it does is it puts pressure on us to then look at and even determine how close are we to being world-class. And I think in several cases we are. I take a look at our beach water quality monitoring, and I would argue it's probably the best in the world in California. I look at some of the others and go, are we there yet? Having those frank discussions, I think it has the potential to be healthy. It also has the potential to be a little painful. How are we going to get there?
Agreed.
But I also
You don't
like
get
it.
anywhere without, no pain, no gain, right?
But I also like it because it does create where we're trying to get and
Yeah.
forces that discussion.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Any other discussion, questions, thoughts about the planning for the strategic planning meeting in January? Do we have another subcommittee meeting scheduled? I think we have a call. Or
There's a call, I believe, on the 7th. Don't quote me on that. And then the actual meeting, this was the first I heard about inviting the co-chairs. I think it's a great idea. So I'll have to send out the meeting invite. Couldn't find a good room here. I think it's January 14th or 15th. But I do have the big room in Square reserved tentatively. So it likely will be using their great facilities. I will reach out as an action item later today to 14th. Okay. To invite them as well, because I think that would be valuable.
So for those of you in the room that are here that are working group chairs and co-chairs, look at your calendars for January 14th, and hopefully you can attend our strategic planning meeting. If nothing else, at least send somebody from the working group that has some knowledge about what you're up to and where you're going. So it should be good. January 14th, down at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, Squirt. Any other thoughts before we wrap up this item? All right, well, we're about 10 minutes ahead of time, so it looks like we are slated to get a couple of work group updates in before lunch, which I think we can easily do. I am going to keep you all very much on time because we have many work groups that we're going to need to get through after lunch. We have a time slot for lunch that's an hour and 15 minutes. I'll query you all as to whether that's necessary or if we could cut it to an hour, just to make sure we have plenty of time to hear from all of the work groups. But with that, I think we'll launch into our first two updates, starting with the, where am I?
Healthy Watersheds.
Healthy Watersheds Partnership. Allie Dunn.
You can use this if you want.
Wherever you want.
Wherever's comfortable.
You can sit,
podium
you
or
can
over there.
stand.
Either way.
All right. Sounds
You
good.
could dance around. That'd be good.
Interpretive dance.
But you use the microphone.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Allie Dunn. I'm the co-chair, but single chair of the Healthy Watersheds Partnership. And this is Anna Holder. She's a Sea Grant Fellow and has been critical and pivotal in a lot of the progress that we've made with the partnership. So I'll be doing most of the talking, but if there's questions about the tool and the work that we're doing, Anna's your woman for that. Okay, so I'm just going to jump straight into updates of kind of key work that we've done over the last, few months. We revamped recently in 2019, so March of 2019. This is done by Anna, actually. So the portal webpage for the Healthy Watersheds Partnership was pretty static, just a long page of what we do. And I think we had the 2013 report that we did there. So there was kind of this need to develop more assessment guidance and being a resource. So we talked a little bit about objectives and goals, and the way that we see the Healthy Watersheds Partnership is a resource of information and communicating, helping folks to understand some of the watershed or ecosystem data that's out there and interpreting it into information that they can understand. So one piece of that is rather than us just pushing out an assessment, equipping the public and others to step through that themselves and understand the data, understand which questions to ask, and so on. So the portal webpage, do you have anything to say about it? Anna did a lot of work here to make it more user-friendly.
Yep, I would just say look at it and please use it. And there are multiple opportunities on the webpage to reach out to us to tell us if there are data sets you think we should consider, if there are other resources that you would find useful. So definitely take advantage of that so we can keep building this resource. We do see it as a living resource and not a static one. So any feedback and input would be valued.
One thing I would add is, so for those that are not familiar with the work of the partnership, back in 2012, 2013, there was a report that was put out that did this statewide assessment of watershed conditions. What we're trying to do is, with this revamped effort, which I'll talk about in a second, we're not saying that this is the one and only way to do a watershed assessment, and there's a lot of really great tools and resources out there. So through the portal page, we're trying to collect that information and hear from you all, because we don't know all the things, just some of the things. So part of that was with that 2013 framework. Since that time, there's been a lot of really great work that's been done. And so as we move forward, we want to update the assessment framework with some of these new data sets that are out there, different approaches that are out there, including the work of the environmental flows and eco-hydrology guys. I won't read through all of these. I think you've heard in the past from Jeanette Howard at the Nature Conservancy, the Freshwater Conservation Blueprint, the Natural Resource Agency, Loretta Marino and company have a lot of really great work looking at ecological performance measures, and their methodology is really good. If you haven't seen it, check it out. So just pulling in all of these ideas and approaches to the extent we can into our framework. So with that, and this is where Anna really shines. So I'm not a data scientist. I don't have that skill set. And one thing that, as we were moving forward kind of into 2019, we had the 2013 report. Lance Lay up at the North Coast Regional Water Board took that R code and the data sets associated with that work and put it into an R-Shiny or a web-based application so you can interact with the data more dynamically. Anna then took that the next step and has developed another kind of mock dashboard. So these are very prototype. We're not there yet, but just kind of a sense of where we're headed. And I just briefly wanted to walk through our approach and our workflow, just to be very transparent about how we're doing this. Right now, I've kind of bolded and put in color where we're at with development of this dashboard and interactive tool. So first, we want to be very upfront about what we're trying to answer and what the question is, which is looking at relative watershed conditions statewide. We are currently working through a conceptual model, which for those of you that have worked through that, there's lots of ideas and input on that. So it's a work in progress and will probably always be changing. But the purpose there is to use that model to really understand kind of big picture watershed process and function, identify data sets that we should be assessing, looking at different methodologies, so on and so forth. We just had a meeting, was that just yesterday or the day before? Last week? No.
What year?
Healthy Watersheds Partnership. So, who am I? So on Tuesday we had a partnership meeting and kind of put this conceptual model out there. Anna did a great job at walking through the model, looking at, tried to get folks to talk about different indicators and data sets, data sources that are out there. And from there, we're looking to do this big data compilation and categorizing data sources associated with what we're concerned with assessing. So that's where we're at now. From there, we'll get into some of the coder nerd stuff that Anna likes, but getting into the methodology. So right now it's being done in R. And then we'll do what probably most of the group is interested in, that front end. So the cool web-based app is not happening quite yet, but sometime in 2020 we should have something. And then the plan is to push that out to you all. I think the council would be a great user group in getting that out to folks to get feedback on the tool. We've got some issues kind of in-house as far as hosting a web-based application like that. Our Shiny server is not something that the Water Board currently has, but so we'll be exploring those different options. And then finally, and probably most importantly, is getting folks to use this tool. It's not like the answer to all things, but rather a decision support tool. So just putting it out to the world and seeing it used in some pilot projects and programs. And this is just a more visual way of saying all the things that I just said, for those that are more visual. Okay, so I think I just have a couple more slides, yeah. So we developed a schedule, which I don't expect anyone to be able to read this, but what we tried to do is based off of our 2020 meetings that we have next year, just have some key milestones to report on and work on at each of our partnership meetings. So Anna and Lance put this schedule together. Next, we will be meeting January something. I don't think it's the 14th, so we're good there. But getting together in January, and we'll be talking about some of these different definitions and terminologies of watershed health. There's a lot of work that's already been done in this area, so just kind of synthesizing that and defining it for our purposes. And then we'll be moving into some of the data aggregation, pulling all these different data sets together, some of the data imputation, so where we have data gaps, looking at different modeling techniques, and getting into some of the Anna and Lance and hardcore technical people work. So that's where we're at now. As far as our needs, that's really tiny, sorry. We're always looking to expand participation, so there's a lot of great data out there, great methodologies out there, other tools that are out there in the world. We currently don't have any federal partners, we came to realize, besides EPA. So that would be one example of where we're looking to engage more. The data compilation, so we'll be pushing out a memo that Lance Lay, North Coast Region, put together where he categorized different data sources. So we want to build off of that. If you have other ideas, let us know. I already mentioned just feedback and testing and getting your input on it would be super helpful. And if you have ideas about hosting solutions, so we have like a public version that we can use for our Shiny, but if there's ideas about any hosting out there. And finally, just that outreach and collaboration. If you all know of others, if you're interested in participating, all ears and open to that. Final thoughts? All right, cool. And that's it. Oh, no.
Do we have questions? You guys don't get out of that so quickly.
I know, like,
yeah, Steve.
So several things, Ali. First off, congratulations. What you all are doing is very well done. So our primary goal, Karen, today is to hear these things to inform our January discussions about what our goals are. How much time do you want to take? Some of these things I think we can make happen relatively quickly. Do you want to respond at all to some of them? Like in particular, the one I'm looking at is the federal partner one, because I was a member of the council that actually helped bring together some of the EPA people with you that got it started. I'd be very glad. I take annual trips to DC. I have one coming up in February. I would very much look forward to making those introductions and maybe even working with you to give a presentation to them. Well, if you wanted to come to DC in February, you'd be nuts.
It doesn't allow out-of-state travel. So.
Okay, well.
But as a Sea Grant Fellow, I will be there in March.
Okay, well, maybe set up some of those introductions, but I'm thinking that even if we did it simply as a kind of a Zoom type of webinar with them, I would be glad to help make that happen. So I don't know how far you want to go into these, because some of these are kind of low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, so I think as time allows, Ally went very quickly through her presentation, so we have a few more minutes. And yes, if we have ideas, this is feedback both ways. This isn't just about our strategic planning meeting next month. It's also about interacting with the working groups and identifying ways that we can assist and help.
Ally, contact me later individually, and I'll be very glad to help with the first
Okay, yeah, that'd be helpful, thanks.
As long as I've got the mic open, let me have some fun here.
Sure, go for it.
I'm in, our new vision statement has me thinking. There are 49 other states. If you had to go to find this kind of watershed level assessment in the other 49 states, where would we rank?
Would we rank?
Are we the best, or are there other states that have?
Are we the world class of
Are we the top one in the country, or are there other states?
work to do? I mean, this is something that we've just reinitiated
Right.
and are working towards, and we've actually been relying on some other states, more localized, kind of like the Puget Sound watershed characterization, and there's other projects that I think have made a little bit more progress in that way.
Because I think this is a very healthy discussion. I think it'd be wonderful at some future time, not today, to have the groups come back and essentially rank themselves and identify, like Puget Sound is a great example. I think Maryland is another good example that might be a little bit ahead of us. Have them come back and show us what it is that the other groups are doing that they like better than what they're doing. And that becomes a vehicle for conversation about how do we get to a better spot.
I'll just say that I think we're probably in the top 5 as far as statewide assessments.
Right, you go local, it's easier, but
Yeah.
at a statewide level, I would agree with that from what I've seen.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good thing for them to ask themselves and kind of come back.
Agreed.
At some
Well,
future
and I
time.
think one thing that makes what our project will be special is that we're not just like building a thing and people can like see it. We're going to enable people to download the data sets and utilize it to inform their monitoring projects and management. And I think that makes it a little bit more special than just a one-off kind of assessment.
Great way to look at it.
Yeah, it's really exciting stuff. And I'm sorry I missed the meeting.
Question behind.
Yeah, please. Well, I need to get on the list. I already wrote, you guys need to invite me. Go ahead.
So Carl Ronning, South Heber River Citizens League. We've had our river monitoring program going since 2000, collecting water quality data across a bunch of sites all over the Eagle watershed. And we've trained, we've had like 400 citizen scientists trained over the years. And I was wondering, I've seen a lot of these types of presentations about like places where you can put your data. And I was curious, do you guys pull data from CEDN? Is CEDN pulled over to you? Because I know a lot of groups that are striving to actually like get their data uploaded to CEDN. So I think that's awesome if you guys pull from CEDN. Because we actually put our data on CEDN as well. It took a while to figure out like how to give it to them. It's like we have 20 years of data. It's like, how do we give it to you? We have a QAP, a quality assurance project plan that we've been following since then, with other groups that are up in the Sierra as well. And in terms of the Shiny app and R and everything, we're releasing a similar thing called RiverDB that we've been working with somebody for the past 3 years to make, and it's going to be public in March of 2020, where we are working with citizen science monitoring groups and trying to provide a solution for them to have a data entry template for their citizen science monitoring program, and then it goes onto like a cloud database, and then it has all of these automated graphs and things and filters you can play to show your data, and you can download all the data as well. But yeah, that was my biggest thing that I was wondering is have you guys pulled data from CEDN? Because I know that there are groups doing that. And then I was also wondering another question is, do you guys charge to put data on this website? Is there some amount, like if they're like, oh, we got a bunch of data and they just give it to you, are you guys going through and actually like formatting it the way that are you guys have like a pre-formatted template that they have to fill out, that kind of thing? Like how similar is this to Seedon?
So I'll start, and then Allie can make corrections. Yeah, we will be pulling from CEDAN and other publicly available data sets for a couple of reasons. One, if we're going to let people download the data, we want to be sure it's already publicly approved and available. And two, CEDAN does have a way for us to automatically pull the data, so it allows the tool to be more interactive through what are called APIs. In terms of like hosts, we'd love to link to your tool when it's up and available, just as another thing that people can use to inform their decisions. So definitely drop us a line when that's up and ready. As far as like hosting data sets on the Healthy Watersheds partnership page, the plan is not to host the data sets themselves, but point to the data owners. And so if you're the data owner, for example, we would describe the data set and like what's cool about it and all the wonderful, beautiful butterfly unicorn things about it. And then we'd say, go to that website to find the original source. Because as soon as you download stuff and put it on your site, it gets complicated and you lose the initial authority on the data set. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it. And then I would just say, my other hat is the program manager for the surface water ambient monitoring program. So we can talk more offline about getting your data into CEDAN and our group there. Can help. We don't charge a fee. It's a service to the public, but
yeah,
we can talk later.
Yeah, we've, as of last year, we've gotten all of our data uploaded into CEDAN now, and we've written, like, I had someone write the protocol on how they did it, so I can train people to just be like, hey, we need our next, year of data moved on to CEDAN, and I'm glad that's still a thing and going through. We recognize just a need of, there's a lot of nonprofits out there, just like Eel River, that's collecting a lot of data. And they're wanting to put it somewhere outside of just an Excel spreadsheet. And so like this has a way of actually like, it's kind of like an access database, but even easier to use than that with less issues that immediately when you're entering data, it kicks back like, no, the temperature is not 160 degrees Celsius. Like that is not a thing in this place. So like having that automatically like QA data is something that we've been noticing that like a lot of groups have problems with, and a low-cost solution because it's been extremely difficult to try to find a way to get this funded. For me, when I've applied for grants for it, we finally been able to fund the guy who's doing it, but I had to find quotes to attach to grants, and it was like 80 grand to pay for a custom database, and it's like no one's gonna. These small nonprofit groups aren't going to be able to do that, but they're actually out there collecting data in places like at Eel River and then up in the Sierra where there are a lot of people at the end of the line retired and they just want to go help and do something fun in the community and go outside. So that's like free labor everywhere. But anyways, I was just curious mainly about the CEDAN thing and if it costed anything to put it on here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm excited to hear that you were able to get your data onto CEDAN. I'm going to wrap this one up because I anticipate questions with every work group, and I think we will want to cut our lunch to an hour. Sure. So with that, we'll hand it over to, thank you. Very good, thank you. So Jay Davis, the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group.
Great to be here. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what we're up to in the bog. Oh, yeah. So this work group has a somewhat different name from the other work groups. It's a Bioaccumulation Oversight Group. It's because this does predate the council. It's a subcommittee of the Swamp Roundtable that oversees the swamp monitoring. And we wanted to come up with an acronym that fit with swamp, so BOG, swamp. So what I want to do today is just give you a quick overview of what we're doing in the bog, and then talk about some of the needs that we identified at our meeting last week. So quick overview of the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program of SWAMP. It began in 2007. We monitor annually. We have a focus on sport fish. We've done some other work over the years looking at birds, but primarily we're focusing on sport fish. We have a long-term plan of covering all the major water body types in California, lakes and reservoirs, rivers and streams, and the coast. We're doing this, I think, in a very economical way with a pretty lean budget. The budget kind of reduced over time since the beginning of the program, and that's forced us to get leaner and leaner. But I think we're making really good use of the funds we do have. I think this is a world-class monitoring program, and one of the reasons that I say that with some confidence is that we have some of the world experts on bioaccumulation providing peer review. Steve, your question about how do we compare to other states? There was, well, we had the world's expert on mercury and fish on our review panel, but he retired. And then when we were looking for a replacement, I looked to the state that had the best program aside from us, Minnesota, and got their scientist to advise us. So we replaced, Jim Weiner with Bruce Monson from Minnesota. I think that's one way of making sure we're doing top-notch work. And that's really key to a strong monitoring program is strong peer review. We produce annual reports on the monitoring that we do. And then the monitoring is sort of the main thing that we focus on in the bog. It's a big job to plan and implement and report on this monitoring every year. The second biggest thing we do is make the information accessible. So we have developed a portal. We populate the portal with data on an annual basis. We're adding to the data that are presented on the portal. And then the information has high impact for management. It feeds into 303D listings. It led to a statewide TNDL, statewide fish advisories, a lot of site-specific fish advisories as well. So the data are highly used in management contexts. The map I'm showing here is a map from the portal. It's a screenshot from the portal. I'm showing all the water bodies that are represented on the portal. Most of this is coming from swamp monitoring. So what we're up to recently, in 2018 and 2020, we're monitoring the coast. And this is the second round of monitoring bioaccumulation in fish on the coast. The first round was in 2009 and 10. We're doing this on approximately a 10-year cycle. And we're doing this in collaboration with two other major programs on the coast, the Southern California Bite Program and the Regional Monitoring Program for San Francisco Bay. And part of the reason for the timing is that on this 10-year cycle, we can line up with the bite monitoring, which happens in the years ending in 8. Their fish monitoring, and then the RMP is also on a cycle of 5-year cycle of monitoring. That's 2014, 2019, 2024. Another reason I'm confident in saying this is a world-class monitoring program at the statewide level is that the BITE program is a world-class program. The Bay RMP is a world-class program, and we're combining all of this, adding, this is all coordinated closely and adding to what we're doing in swamp to create, I think, very strong statewide monitoring program. The coordination between the swamp and the BITE program in 2018 was very strong. We started the coast monitoring in the BITE, again, to synchronize with BITE monitoring. And the first time we did this in 2009 was kind of a preliminary step towards collaboration. This time, we're really collaborating very, very fully with a lot of analysis being done by the BITE labs. The state is relying on the BITE labs for extensive analysis of organic contaminants in fish. So we've really moved towards a really strong collaboration with benefits to both programs. Swamp does all the fish collection, which is the most expensive part of the monitoring. So the bite program benefits from all that, and then the swamp program is getting a lot of chemical analysis from the bite program. In 2019 and the other odd years, we monitor fish in lakes. We focus on bass lakes, so it's our long-term bass lake monitoring, where we've identified the 190 highest priority lakes across the state, divided them up into 5 subgroups, and on a 10-year cycle, we go through and sample these 5 panels every other year and provide long-term updated information on these water bodies. We focus on bass lakes because bass accumulate high concentrations of mercury. They're a great indicator of mercury contamination, and they're widespread throughout lakes in California. So this is a great way of tracking exposure in our lakes across the state and for tracking long-term trends. In mercury is the main thing that we're looking at, but we also look at some other pollutants. So I think this, the work we're doing provides a prime example of turning data into information. And we partner closely with OEHA on this. They're very active members of the BOG, and they're very active in providing input to the design of the monitoring that we do. So basically, for each water body we go into, we ask OEHA, we have our core plan, but we ask OEHA, are there any other data you need to expand or flesh out the advisory for this water body? And they'll tell us, we need PCBs in catfish from this reservoir, and then we can add that to the advice for that reservoir. So we get this detailed input from them on our sampling of every water body. And OEHA has really improved their output of advice in the last few years. And this map here is showing the advisories that are currently in place. As of April, the last time we tallied these up, there were more than 110 advisories for specific water bodies. There are also statewide advisories. There's statewide advice for lakes and reservoirs, largely due to the availability of data from the swamp monitoring. And there's also statewide advice for the coast. So I think this is generating information that we put into the hands of anglers that that they can readily use to minimize their exposure to contaminants. OEHA has put a lot of effort in, and other agencies have contributed to this as well, but into developing the communication of this information, and it's not that straightforward. There are a lot of chemicals out there. There are different populations that have different levels of sensitivity. Women of childbearing age and children are more sensitive, so they have stricter consumption advice than adult males and women beyond childbearing age. So there's these 2 categories of the human population. Different fish have different levels of contamination, and not only are there contaminants, but there are things that are, fish are a great source of nutrition. There are omega-3 fatty acids, and so you need to balance all of this information and communicate it in a clear way. And OEHA I'm showing the latest version of the way they do that when they produce an advisory for a water body. They also produce the advice in multiple languages. So this was a Spanish language version of the Lake Shasta advice. The advisories are done in up to 11 different languages. Another thing that we've done, another sort of major focus of the BOG is the portal, the Safe to Eat portal. In the last year, we upgraded the portal. One of the main things we've done is really focus attention on steering the public towards advisories, because again, we have a lot of data. It's complicated to present this, and I think the way OEHA has done it is the first form of communication that we want the public to see, so that we sort of have our best shot at communicating the right message about fish consumption. So the front page points to the OEHA advisory map, which leads you to the advisories for the water bodies. And then we also make the data available in a more detailed form. And SFEI has done a lot of work on that, called the data and trends page, but I'm not going to show that here. So some of the priority needs that we came up with. One is that I think continued enhancement of the portal is something that that would be great. I think this is one of the forms of data that people really need access to, and it's important to get people the information, put it in their hands, so that they can make good decisions about the fish that they consume. I think having the portal available as a smartphone app is, in this day and age, a very obvious thing that would be a major step forward and probably greatly increase the use of the information on the portal. And then Allie mentioned the idea of getting user feedback. I think this is potentially something that the council could coordinate across the different work groups, is organizing and providing a coordinated way of getting information from users, and with that feedback, enhancing the communication of information through the portals. A second idea that we have is, and this relates to the idea of the council being a clearinghouse for funding needs. I think, to me, that seems like the best thing the council could possibly do would be to enhance the flow of funds to the different monitoring efforts. That would be fantastic if that was possible. One of the areas that was highlighted by the recent legislation, AB 762, about doing a better job of posting advisories. That legislation mentions that the state, there's legislative requirements that we're not really fulfilling for monitoring shellfish on a statewide basis. BOG has focused on sport fish due to the lack of funds. We're doing the best we can with the limited funding we have, but shellfish monitoring has dropped off over the years. There is shellfish monitoring on the coast for toxins, algal toxins, but there's a broader need for that, and a need to look at other contaminants as well. So if we could get more funding for that, that would be help to meet the legislation, and also just be a major need, major monitoring need. Another thing that we discussed at the meeting last week is that we want to do in the BOG is to increase our engagement with tribes and subsistence fishers. There are new beneficial uses established for these categories and in water quality objectives. So it would be really valuable to provide better information on the levels of contaminants in the areas where these folks are fishing. We're not really focusing on that now in the BOG. We haven't really taken that, our design is not taking that into consideration, where we try to hit priority water bodies, but we haven't specifically focused on tribes and subsistence fishing populations. So getting them more involved could help us identify where else we should be fishing, monitoring fish, and then having them engaged could also really help us with communicating back to their communities on the information that they need to have to protect their health. That's all I have.
So we have a couple minutes for a couple questions. So any questions from council members? Steve?
At the risk of delaying lunch, I have three. First, Jay, you did something I thought was very powerful. When you answered the question of where do you sit and kind of relative to the rest of the state, you even give us some criteria that I think would be nice for us to kind of capture as we charge other groups to think about it. So I marked down 5 that I heard you say. One is basically how much data coverage do you have? 2 is data quality. Third is a review process to ensure that what is being produced, not just at the data quality level, but at the essentially interpretation level, is correct. 4 is making data available and making it available in many formats. And then 5, leveraging. How do you, in other words, you could do all of this with a very expensive single program, or what you have done is cobbled together many, some large, but even some small programs, and then the desire to bring in things like the tribes. So I think that's just a great set of criteria. The second thought I had is the shellfish monitoring. I think Jay brings up a great one for us to tackle, because he brings it up from the bog, from a basically toxic contaminant perspective. But there is shellfish monitoring that goes on for HABs, and there's shellfish monitoring, albeit limited, that goes on for pathogens. And that's probably something that's becoming even more important. And there's probably a need for coordination among those kind of programs. I don't think it exists at the moment. So that might be a fun thing for us to tackle, and cuts across at least 3 of our work groups. Third thought I had is, if you had to rate this program relative to Duke basketball, where would it be? Rate higher or lower than Duke basketball?
I would rate it higher right now.
Okay, I would too. I just want that on the record.
And that's saying a lot.
If you're doing some Newport Beach shellfish monitoring, is that right? Does it have any interaction with?
Not a bit. So that's a good example of one that's being done entirely from the perspective of pathogens. And we're not doing anything with HABs on that one. We do some other things with HABs ourselves, but not in that program. And we're doing 0 contaminants where we probably could.
And in San Francisco Bay, we're starting to do some algal toxin monitoring in mussels, and we're seeing levels that are above the thresholds, the OER screening values. So it's not often we have examples of that, but this seems to be one, and we don't have a lot of data on it.
One more question, anyone? Thank you, Jay. All right, so it's 1 minute after noon. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. Is that all right? Can you change it? We'll reconvene at 1, so we have a few minutes of time in between each working group to have a couple of questions. Yeah, that's true. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm glad to see that folks are having offline conversations, but we're ready to get going again. We've got a suite of 8 more work groups to get through this afternoon, so I want to get going. We're going to start off the afternoon with the wetland monitoring work group, and Paul Han is going to present.
Oh, this is the podium that doesn't hold it. Nah, it's fine. So thank you for letting me come present to you guys today. It was really interesting hearing you guys discuss strategic planning this morning. Many of the topics that you guys talked about, I think, are relevant to the things that we're dealing with the Wetlands Monitoring Work Group. I wanted to start out real quick and just talk a little bit about what the purpose of the Wetlands Monitoring Work Group is. I wanted to make sure that we baselined our understanding a little bit. It's interesting from the discussion this morning that there was a question about project charters and which groups have project charters. Most of this slide is actually pulled out of our project charter. We do have one. We look at it. It is getting a bit long in the tooth. It was done in 2014, so it's about 5 years old. That's one of the things that we're looking at updating. But right now, when we talk about the stated purpose for the program, we're looking at supporting agency programs. We're looking at supporting implementation and coordinations of the wetland program plan, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We're of course looking to support the Water Quality Monitoring Council. Like many of the other work groups, we predate the Monitoring Council, but we are thankful to have you here, and we are looking forward to more coordination. Our purpose is to identify and assist with development of technical tools. I want to highlight just three of them just quickly. One of those is the Wetlands and Riparian Monitoring Program, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail here in a second. We also have some data tools that we've developed. One of those is a project tracker, and this is where we can have programs that are impacting wetland resources, provide information about their projects, so that we can start looking at watershed level effects, similar to what is being done with the Healthy Watershed, but we're focusing more on what are the physical drivers that are changing those resources. And then lastly, the group has been instrumental in providing assistance with technical advisory teams. The one that comes to mind for me is we had several technical advisory teams that informed our dredger fill procedures at the State Water Board that were recently adopted this last April, and we could not have done that without the support of the work group. And lastly, it provides a venue for interagency coordination. So again, I want to just emphasize this does come from our charter. We do have a charter. We have a strategic work plan that I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a second, and we have a business model that we've brought to you before. So I want to go into a little deeper dive about the Wetland and Riparian Monitoring Program. So this is something that started development many years ago. It was focused on, those are much smaller than they looked at on my screen. They focused on identifying a number of needs that were significant at the time. Specifically, there was a lack of a consistent wetland definition and classification framework, which meant the various agencies fundamentally weren't speaking the same language. There was a lack of consistent monitoring, design, and coordination. There was some need for better data quality management, data management across agencies. How do you actually share that information? This isn't the kind of data that we're collecting doesn't really lend itself to uploading into CDN or CDEC, and so the question of how do you share this information is a difficult one. We also saw that there were QA processes that were either unclear, inconsistent, or absent across agencies. And while we were getting this data in, we didn't necessarily have it tied to any spatial data. That spatial connection was missing, or it wasn't accessible in a broad scale way. So one of the things that the Wetland and Riparian Monitoring Program has tried to do is to solve some of these things, and we've done it with a number of different approaches. The first one is development of a technical advisory team to assist in definition development. There's other technical advisory work that they've done. Again, that's been instrumental in some of the policy activities that we've done in the last year at the Water Board. There's something called a Level 2 committee, which is a subcommittee of the monitoring work group. What that is trying to identify how to rapidly assess ecological conditions in the field. And you have probably heard this more through the output of the committee, which is the CRAM method development. This is something that we work on actively. In fact, there was an update to some guidance and update to that guidance that was released just a couple of weeks ago. So that's one of the outputs that comes out of the program. And then we're also trying to address this issue of how do we collect and share data in a way that's available for everybody and can be done through open data standards and whatnot. And that's where we've developed things like the project tracker that I just mentioned and EcoAtlas that some of you may be familiar with. I want to just flag for a minute that when you guys talked about, what are the goals of the program, and there was a lot of debate that you guys had about, okay, is it the first three or the last three? I found that really interesting because as I was looking at the bullet points that you guys were looking at,
Many of them dovetail very nicely into the needs that we identified as part of the CWMW and what we were trying to do with the ramp and the monitoring program. And so we think that I say we, I'm reacting on the spot. So, but I think it's fair to say that question that you're having is tremendously relevant, especially to our program. And I'll explain more about that in just a second. It's also interesting that you guys talked about financing and how do we leverage the work of the Monitoring Council to do financing. We have had some internal discussions about how our monitoring work group can facilitate the availability of funding. And there's one particular way that we do currently, which is historically our monitoring work group has been the work group that has put together a strategic plan for wetlands protection within the state of California. And this document is required as part of the prerequisites for EPA grant funding. And so that federal grant program is about $3 million across all of Region 9. Now that's over the term of the grant, which is about 2 years. Of that, California this year was awarded four projects. The projects range from about $50,000 to $500,000 per project. They are things that are very relevant to the types of activities that the Monitoring Council is interested in. Specifically, one was awarded to SFEI to enhance the California Aquatic Resource Inventory, which is kind of the statewide map that we're looking at. It was also used to see how we might be able to use those ramp tools that I discussed, specifically the CRAM, and more specifically to figure out how to use those CRAM tools in a predictive way to determine when a restored project area might reach its reference conditions. So that's an important predictor for a success of mitigation opportunities, and that's important for an important tool for our development, because one of the key aspects of wetland restoration work is how long do we have to fund adaptive management and monitoring efforts, and is there any way that we can get insight into the future success of that restoration project at an earlier point in the project, because it saves people money. So it's an important thing that's being funded through this grant. I won't talk about all of them, but I did also want to flag the East Merced Regional Conservation District Vernal Pool Assessment. This is where they're trying to go through and identify ways to map and assess vernal pool complex in 9 regional and 9 ecoregions within the Central Valley area. So this is well, I won't spend too much time about it. If you'd like to know more, please talk to me about it. I will say that, again, this grant funding requires development of a wetlands program plan. It's a little bit of an odd duck in that I say odd duck, odd fit for the monitoring work group, in that the monitoring work group is really intended to be focused kind of on monitoring activities and how do we improve data capture and sharing. This is really more strategic planning, but the two dovetail so well together that it makes sense for us to do that, or we think it makes sense for us to do that. And that's part of what we're looking to the Monitoring Council to help us figure out to what extent how we approach this. So recent activities, just I mentioned that we just updated a technical document that assists people with using these rapid assessment methods. We have had a change in co-chair presentation. I'm actually a new co-chair as of, it hasn't been 6 months yet. It's been a few months, but it hasn't been 6 months yet. I'm taking over for Shakura, who had left after many years in the position. We also are expecting some other changes in the co-chair position. Currently, I share the co-chair duties with Josh Collins at SFEI and with Miss Melissa Shiani at EPA. So there's been some changes in management. As part of that change in management, we have started to look at what kind of tools did we have on our website? What does our website look like? What are our supporting documents? And what we're realizing is that they're fairly old, similar to what the Monitoring Council is looking at. And so we have determined that, hey, it's really appropriate and it's timely for us to be thinking about how we might be revisioning this work group and what we ought to be thinking about in the future. We've also been looking at where we might be doing better coordination with the other monitoring working groups, specifically the Healthy Soils Initiative, the Healthy Watersheds Initiative, where we see a significant overlap between the work that we're doing and the work that they're doing. So we're just starting that cross-coordination. I don't really know at this point where it's going to go, but that's one of the things that we're looking at. Finally, the working group was instrumental in helping us develop some of the statewide policies, and will continue to be an important resource for us as we move into the implementation phase and are trying to develop guidance for stakeholders. And lastly, I want to flag that there has been work on the business model for EcoAtlas. This is something that's been brought to the attention of the Monitoring Council before, and we're looking for help with that. So that kind of sets us up for what I see as the needs and challenges for the upcoming year to 5 years. Again, I mentioned that we've had a change of leadership that's brought with us an opportunity to take a look at where we've been. We've been successful in achieving many of the goals that we set out for. We now have a number of CRAM modules. We have wetland definitions that came out of the monitoring committee and have been adopted by an agency. We have other places where we may need to revisit those goals. I bring up EcoAtlas. This is something that's been to the Monitoring Council. There's really two fundamental challenges that are worth bringing to your attention. One of those challenges is that while it's a good model that has a lot of promise, it requires participation, and we haven't reached that point of participation where we can create the virtuous cycle of data input to make the data more useful. That's one thing. The second thing is, of course, as the Monitoring Council, or folks, some of you may know, is that there's a question about how do we have a consistent and sustained funding mechanism for this. And if not, if there isn't a consistent and sustained funding model, what do we do instead? I know there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not EcoAtlas is meeting the goals that was set before it. Without digging into that, I do want to say that the questions that drove the development of it are still pertinent. Where are the wetlands? What are the conditions? How are they changing? How does that translate into a regulatory response? Those are still relevant, and we need the Monitoring Council's help to figure out how to resolve this issue of ongoing support for EcoAtlas. Finally, there are new opportunities for coordination. There's a lot of work that's going on at CDFW with regards to mitigation activities that are new and exciting. There's a lot of work that's being done on the Corps, trying to figure out how to improve mitigation banks and whatnot. There's a lot of opportunities for us to do cross-agency coordination, and the working group is a good opportunity to have key partnerships there. And lastly, I'll say that we're dealing with old materials, and there's a lot of work that should be done to update those materials. So those are the kind of things that I see us needing to tackle in the next few years. Where we need help from the committee is from the council is we are desirous of a stronger connection to the Monitoring Council. Again, we predate the Monitoring Council, but we are recognizing that there are things that we think are valuable to do that require cross-agency partnerships that none of us at the Monitoring Council are in a position of authority to ensure happen. And so as a result, we have good participation by a number of agencies. There are some agencies where we would like to see more engagement. In some cases, we have people from the right agency, but perhaps not the right program. And so as we start looking at how to do our upcoming strategic planning, which we'd like to be able to do kind of in coordination with the Monitoring Council, part of that is figuring out, okay, how do we get the participation of these agencies? And then lastly, need for development for the next wetland program plan. This is that program plan that provides more, not just monitoring, but more of a strategic plan for wetlands protection. And that's the piece that provides us with an avenue of continued EPA funding. And that's one that in the past, the water boards have taken the lead on being the development drivers. We're looking to another agency to help with this moving forward. We'd like to share the burden a little bit. And again, that's something that I can say at my level, but I don't have the authority to provide the resources to be able to make that happen. That's where I'm looking to you guys to help with that. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
It's not necessarily related just to your group, but all the groups. So I'm hearing kind of a common thread in that people are looking for ways to, I guess, reach out and have more participation, more collaboration amongst groups. Right now, is there any communication between the working groups, or are all of you kind of working independently from each other?
My history with the monitoring group work group is new enough. I can tell you what we're doing currently, which is the reaching out to the Healthy Watersheds initiatives, because we do see some overlap in functions there. We have not recently reached out to the other monitoring work groups. Some of those, I think there's some potential there. Others, I'm not sure if there's enough of an overlap in focus to merit the resource investment. And but it's a good question to ask. I think that would be something to consider as we move forward into another strategic planning process.
I think historically, to answer your question, Peter, is, one of my roles is to try to keep in line with what each work group's doing. And when I see avenues for collaboration, I try to put them in context. So like when I saw stuff that the Healthy Watershed Partnership was doing, I said, hey, you should be talking to the wetland group. They have a ramp program that could be a valuable resource, and you should coordinate. So then they had a meeting where they were both at the table, and then they started the path forward for collaboration. Similarly, across other groups, I tie a lot of people to the environmental flows work group with their hydrologic work, and trying to say that they're developing tools that can be really useful to your goals. Safe to swim, trying to collaborate across the coastal and the inland. And so I try to provide that piece, but I can't be everywhere at once. It's just part of the reason why the sponsors, with the council members being sponsors, and hopefully can help attend meetings, and then by talking about them at council meetings, and maybe those connections can be more solid. I've had a meeting where it was tried to get a lot of participation from the work group chairs to kind of sit in a room and identify common needs, which was great. Similar things that we're hearing now, but then translating it over the council was a little bit difficult, especially across scheduling. So this is kind of a different format where they get a chance to get together and maybe identify who is who, what are we having common issues, and then make those connections there. But it's kind of organic in that nature.
Yeah. I don't know, it might almost, since we are trying to form a network that's, integrated, it might almost be useful to have like an annual type of meeting like this, but even for a larger group of people, that where there's presentations by all the work groups, and you might find a lot more commonality in some of the issues you're trying to address than you realize. Thought.
So with regards to future things, one of the things that we're actively interested in coming to you is to give the Monitoring Council a little deeper dive into those wetland, the ramp tools. That's one of those things where we definitely need to get some feedback from the Monitoring Council and reach resolution on some questions we've brought to you previously. And we thought it might be helpful to come at another time and just give you guys a walk through at a deeper level of what it is that we're producing and where we see a need for more development.
Steve.
So two things, Paul, since a lot of our conversation has been about, like, are you world class? I think one of the things that you, in your presentation, kind of bring out is that there's looking at how world class are you at present, but also looking at what have you achieved. And I think one of the things that's impressive, if you look at before this group started working together, how disorganized the wetland monitoring was. It wasn't coordinated at really at any level, at the level of how you do it, where you do it, how you pull the data together, how you interpret the data. And you all have all of those things now and have common tools, so you've got apples and apples across the state. So I would like to at some point ask the question, you know, how are you doing relative to other states, but which I think is well, but it's also good to recognize the successes. This is clearly one. Second thought for you, you listed your number one request, a greater connection to the Monitoring Council. Maybe this is a question, Nick, that we should be asking all of them, or you should introduce, is who is the liaison? Do you have a liaison from the council?
I think that's Karen.
That's actually Amaranth, but and I.
It's actually who?
Amaranth, Amaranth, but.
I was going to say, if you can't answer the question off the top of your head,
That's
then,
step one.
then you have already answered the question.
Yes.
So maybe that's one of the things, Nick, we could be even focusing on. And I'm not sure who it should be in this particular case, but I think I'm hearing that from several of the groups, and we should make that a focal point of our conversations. How do we make sure you have that? And how do you make sure that they are effective? And maybe when we have our January meeting, that what do we mean by effective, and what is that?
I think one of the things that we're thinking about as a group is we have had a number of successes. We've also had a number of places where we think a redirection may be appropriate. Putting that together with the change in the changing the guard that's in process, it's a good time for us to be reflective. You guys are doing the same thing, and it seems to us that it is in our best interest to figure out how to participate in your strategic planning process so that A, we have confidence that we have support of the Monitoring Council, and that B, we can free up resources for that because everyone's in agreement that this is an important thing to do. And right now, we're not 100% sure that we have both of those things.
Okay, so we're going to need to move on, because if we keep this timing up, we are going to be here longer than 4 o'clock. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Evelyn Wendell to update us on the Safe to Drink work group.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. I really am. I'm going to start with, the other way. Start with this one. So I'm really grateful to be here because I believe that the mywaterquality.ca.gov has a real tremendous potential, and I hope everyone takes it quite seriously. I know that I am. It's a very ambitious undertaking, right, to communicate. I mean, we realize that it's not a trivial at all. I consider it like one of the foundations of life, how we communicate. And what we need is a clear, concise narrative about our drinking water. So I'm here representing, I think I can say this, the nonprofit sector, the public health sector, the oral health community, the education community, the environmental community, scientists, climate scientists, the general public, even water agencies, because water agencies are really struggling to share their consumer confidence report information for people to really understand it. You know, I mean, they provide water at a relatively low cost, and yet the people don't even really appreciate it, and it's a problem. We're losing the battle of confidence and trust. And bottled water is kind of getting the best of us as far as drinking water. And we live in a modern world. Information is everything. And it's very important that California help shape this conversation. It's incredibly important. So our drinking water definitely has to be appreciated. We need a concise website to help us communicate simply if our water is safe to drink and if our water sources are being protected. I mean, it's just simple information. This website can have a huge impact with trust, and we need far less fear in our communities and more trust. I've learned a tremendous amount over the last few months. I've read California statutes and regulations and much more with a keen eye of how do we contemplate this task of presenting a water, drinking water narrative with dignity and respect for the drinking water that this whole building and everybody that works here really works hard to make sure it is there. And I just hope everybody really takes this very seriously, because we really need a strategic communication plan. I mean, there's so much to communicate. There's so much good out there. There's so much good work out there that the public is just not connected to that good work or to what's going on with the CalEPA and the water boards. I was listening to last Monitoring Council meeting, and I'm just going to repeat what Melinda Moore said. The questions we ask and the answers we provide drive the conversation about quality assurance. I mean, I just think that's exactly the point. So full disclosure, some of these slides, I think I gave Nick too many slides. So he took some out, he put some in, so I'm just gonna. But when you actually look up, is our water safe to drink? This is the website you go to, My Water Quality. I mean, it's right there for the taking. So I really want to stress how important that website is, and I really hope you don't ever take it down. I hope it just gets really robust and strong and supported. Because if not this website, where do we go for that information? I mean, it really has to be housed here with the California Water Boards and Monitoring Council. I mean, when we go out in the world trying to go through all this complicated information, it's really difficult. And, you know, from my experience, well, California is a global leader, and the US EPA had a pretty robust drinking water website, but it's no longer up there. So I feel like now California really does matter. Like the world is watching us. If we want to go world class, we can do it. We just have to have kind of a strategic plan and the goals in mind to do it. So it's not going to happen automatically. It's not going to happen with a volunteer group of people. It really has to be supported. I mean, that's just what I believe. You know, and the Water Board and the EPA is a powerful, powerful network of people. I mean, it's incredible. And the public does not really know what you guys do. They don't even really know you exist. And I find that to be really sort of tragic. So we really do have to build confidence. And I really believe this website can be one of those vehicles for that. California needs to demonstrate our strong foundation so we can create a framework that can help transcend good decision-making into the future. So we're lucky. Not everything is perfect. Of course, nothing's ever perfect. Maybe a baby when it's born, the second it's born. But essentially, what we can say, we can trust our drinking water in California. We can say that. So, and the public should believe that because they can believe that. That's what exists now. Again, I believe that we need a comprehensive portal as a central resource where the public can study and get inspired and find the truth and clarity about our drinking water, about public agencies across disciplines, including health and the environment. It's really important. The Olympics are going to be here in 2028. The world is watching us. And it's kind of a big responsibility. And I believe that most countries, honestly, would pay to have a time machine and do things the way California has done it. Because we didn't just wind up here. We have all these regulations and standards and a history of water quality because of our public health needs. I mean, we didn't just wind up with all the regulations that we have. We evolved into what we have now, and that's not being communicated. That's like a missing link. And we want people to go take deeper dives. We want to be transparent and give them as much information as we can, and that's a huge responsibility. So, the Human Right to Water portal. It's interesting because I think the human right to water has a meaning here in this building, but then when you go out in the street, it sort of has a different meaning. So how we shape what that even means is an important, it's just incredibly important how we talk about it and how we define it. And it's defining really what goes into access and water delivery. So we need your guidance. We need a drinking water narrative. It sounds very simple, but it's actually very complex. And I mean, just one example, I met a waitress yesterday, and she, I was talking to her about today, and she said when the drought was going on, she literally had nightmares because she was afraid that everybody was running out of water. So the way the drought was communicated was also a little bit tricky. And communication is everything. And really, what are the goals behind communication? That's also something to really keep in mind. That's why a strategic plan is really important to kind of think about and have this not be an accidental, evolution. So, and I put this in here, I wanted this slide in because the public health community they need a narrative too. It's, and this is a website that could house mywaterquality.com information. So there's a potential for the website to be spread out across a lot of areas there's overlap, right? And it's kind of finding that overlap to make it all kind of work together. So I believe regulations are our backbone and information is our voice. So we have great regulations, but we have to be able to share it. Let's see. There's a lot of myths out there about our drinking water, so we can't perpetuate those myths. We have to actually be based in reality, and that's where data and where communication really provide the truth behind it, so that myths don't just keep perpetuating. One example of mistrust, I work in Los Angeles, and I work with LA. First of all, I'm on the Oral Health Advisory Board, and the doctors, they have trouble convincing the public that drinking water is safe to drink, and they need a place to send patients to. They need a place to send people to get information instead of having people go out and figure that out on their own. That's why this website really could be a really valuable asset for physicians and dentists, people who really want the public to drink more water, healthy tap water, but it's hard to actually communicate that for physicians who know better. I also work with LA Unified, and LA Unified has invested $40 million in their drinking fountains, and the head of facilities says this he said this publicly on Tap Water Day. He said, "We think we've got some of the safest drinking water in any school in the country." Now, LA Unified is the largest school district in LA, in California. It has 600,000 kids. When you think of their community members, it reaches over 1 million people. So they stand behind their water quality, but the public doesn't understand it, and they don't even know how to communicate this to the teachers, students, the principals. So this website could help them as well. I mean, it's really, I really do believe that, because mistrust persists, and we have to get over that. And can we just talk about bottled water for a second? Okay, I'm just going to say one thing. It's $360 billion in annual sales globally. The International Bottled Water Association, they're bragging on their website about California, how Californians love their bottled water. We drink 64 gallons or 61 gallons a year, and the national average is 30 gallons. So Californians drink more bottled water than the national average. There's something wrong there. I don't think that's something we can be proud of. And also with PFAS, I spoke to somebody from the US EPA here yesterday, and he recognizes that there has to be a conversation about water, PFAS, bottled water, all that. So he's going to help us with that. So microplastics, it's something we have to talk about. The Ocean Protection Council, they cared very much so about plastic pollution. So we have to deal with source reduction. And now I think Nick should talk about the website as it is, right? Yeah. Sorry.
That's great. It's
Sorry,
great,
I'm gonna let
Evelyn,
go of
for some of that background. But some further background is basically she showed the current website, which is basically one page and really diverts people to the Human Right to Water portal maintained by the Division of Drinking Water. Prior to the merger of public health coming over to become the Division of Drinking Water, there was a significant effort to create a portal that had an expansive set of resources for around drinking water, including tap water, groundwater, and other sources. I came to the council last year, I think, asking what should we do with this portal? If it's going to just redirect people to the Division Drinking Water, what's the point of having it? Do we still want to do something with it? I got a resounding yes from many members. So I basically I used the existing listserv to call for people to help create a new portal to make it more useful, expand on the information. I got maybe a couple dozen of people that responded, and then Evelyn stepped up to help lead the effort, and a smaller subgroup of 5 or so people, a couple of Division Drinking Water folks, a couple of local water agency folks, myself and Evelyn kind of have been meeting quite frequently over the last several months to try to come up with a new safe to drink water experience, with the idea that we're trying to change the navigation logic. I still get lots of emails directly to me asking specific questions, is my water safe to drink? Because they're not finding the information in a useful way on the current portal, the current experiences. And she did a great job of showing that there's information in lots of different places, but it's not necessarily cohesive and it's not necessarily informative or easy to use. So we're trying to kind of struggle with that by creating some mock-ups, which we shared with our group just recently, I think last week, to get feedback. And I think that's really what we really would need from you guys, is to kind of get feedback on once we get this kind of more vetted. I really wanted to focus on defining what we mean by safe drinking water. I think that's a common issue across our portal. What does safe really mean? And kind of talking about risk and what that means. And then providing information, okay, what are you really looking for, kind of guiding people? Are you really looking for your current water quality results because CCRs are kind of confusing? Are you looking for drinking water in general? Are you interested in getting your water tested and providing them useful links and easy to find information? I'm not going to bore you with that because we've limited time, but we're working heavily on really updating the navigation. And once we get this a little bit further along, I'd love to get some council feedback. And if you guys have other constituents or members that you think should be participating in how this website should be experienced, some tools. We have a set of resources that we've been developing that we know that we want to link to and provide information on, that I think that's going to help populate the information that we're looking for. And so that's what we've been working on, is really just developing a new portal and providing a lot of useful information. So what we would really need from the council is feedback, and from your sectors particularly, on is the information correct? Are we missing information? Are there tools that you're aware of that we don't have on there that we should? Any sort of resources that you might have through your agencies or sectors that could help us with the redesign effort, and then even further along, just the maintenance of the information when things change, to let us know, because I don't think this isn't a classic work group where it's really trying to answer the information. The information's kind of out there. It's providing more of a central or an amalgamation of resources where people can find the information easily. So we need help identifying partners, and then kind of once we get this new web page up, to publicize it and to get feedback from users. So that's kind of where we're at now. But we're working really hard on trying to make it as useful as we can from our perspectives, and getting out of our own technical heads and trying to be from our perspective, which is great, which Evelyn's been really helpful in providing that other perspective. So that's where we sit now.
Thank you, Evelyn and Nick. I do have one suggestion for potential partners and folks to get feedback from are, the NGOs that work with community groups would be, most connected with the people who are looking for information about the quality of their water, and they would be a good test group for the website once it's, even at this stage, getting some feedback as to, what do your constituents look for, and how do they look for it, and how can we best design this website to be useful for them? Because this, and I would say the bioaccumulation portals are the two, and Safe to Swim are probably the three that are most geared toward the general public audience. And so getting feedback from the general public, I think, is going to be important. Other questions or comments? Yes, Steve.
So this is one clearly that is not as developed, I mean, in comparison to something like the BOG, which is already in a leadership role. So when we're not yet where we want to be, essentially maybe that question about what world-class looks like becomes relevant. Have you all been able to identify other states that you think are doing it well? Are there some websites that we have as good examples?
No, but we have, when we rolled this out to the kind of larger group, there were some people that kind of specialize in website development that are going to start stepping in to provide some feedback. I think that California is unique in its drinking water issues and the breadth of the complications involved with the state and the many different agencies involved, that there probably are better websites for other states, but this is because they don't grapple with the same issues that we have to grapple with, because we have multiple pieces that are, health has their piece, Division Drinking Water has their piece, DWR has their piece, and the Fed. So we're trying.
But that's a logistics problem. That's not if the questions are the same and you can get answers to how's my bottled water, how's my tap water, how's my groundwater in other places in a much easier fashion that you can get in California, it'd be nice to kind of look at those sites and kind of say, this is what we're working towards.
I agree. I haven't studied all the states, but I think that's something that really time should, but Canada, the World Health Organization, the UN, we're talking about really important topics. And so the conversation has to be very, clear. And so, but
Alternatively, if the other states, maybe we are in a leadership role in the sense
Yes,
other
we
states
should
maybe may have not yet developed it to that extent. We should know that too. And if we are a model at that level, then that does even open up, you ask Chris, funding is one of the things. If no other state has a good example,
Right.
then maybe we should be going to the World Health Organization or going to other kinds of groups like that and say, we want to be the model, and coming in as a council request is probably easier than just an individual organization doing it.
I think we have a good opportunity also, because the EPA had a pretty robust website, and Nancy Stoner ran the water there. She, I think, works in Michigan, or I would imagine she would be willing to help us. And she would probably have incredible resources and that she could guide us for that purpose.
Thank you. I think we're going to need to move on. We've got the Safe to Swim Network, who is tag team. So they get 20 minutes, but they're compensated by Eric's desire to only have 10 minutes for the Collaboration Network. So with that, Eric, take it away.
Good afternoon. We have with me Alicia Wenzel. She is co-facilitator of the Safe to Swim Network and leads the Inland Work Group. And then, unbeknownst to me, I'm glad she showed up, we have Karen Black, and she is our facilitator and leads the work groups on the coast, where we have two work groups, Southern California beaches and Northern and Central California beaches. And me, I'm just a leftover from when Jerdy used to run the program, helping him out. You'll see my face around for the Clean Water team and the other presentation following this. I got it? We got it here. Awesome. I can't even read the slides, and I didn't bring a thing here. I went from distant vision to close vision to I have no vision at all anymore, except for our program's vision. So our recent accomplishments, very generic here. The network produced a draft charter. Really happy with that. We're going to present that at the meeting next week. Adopted and move on, trying to get action in some work groups to support that. Not work groups, but committees within the work groups to support that. So we had a meeting, discussed that. That was held here in Sacramento, and we have a meeting scheduled for next week. So we didn't go away. We're live. The Safe to Swim Network is doing stuff. Why the network? Well, we have these three working groups. How do we really facilitate coordination and sharing and promoting Safe to Swim? It was very confusing because the working groups, by large, predated the council. They kind of said, hey, Safe to Swim is important. These are some awesome groups. Let's use them.
have them help the council, help the state with our water quality portal. So we had to really redefine things and come up with this umbrella network so that we can accomplish the things that we think are important. And some of the things that are important are having face-to-face meetings. So Karen put together a couple meetings this year, and we had one meeting earlier this year with the inland group in which everybody that was not swamp was invited. Prior, it was mostly folks working for the state of California from the swamp programs that were trying to address some of these issues for inland waters, monitoring and getting information out. Since we didn't have a single statewide standard for water quality, it was a difficult conversation, but we had those conversations over the years. And now we even have a new water quality standard. So it's going to make sharing data and communicating things a lot easier. And with their leadership, we have a lot of people that come into the table that want to participate. One of the things that I didn't put on here, which I should be smacked upside the head because it was my deal, we brought in a young man, a grad student from UCLA in the School of Public Health, to help us design a draft volunteer monitoring guidance. So I'm in an inland county, inland city, or have water bodies in my park. What do I do? How do I monitor? How do I communicate risk to the public? So we have that draft, and now not only do we have the draft, we have a group of people that want to continue working on that. It's going to be spearheaded by Luke at Hilda Bay. So really happy to see that project have a life. So big part of our work should be communicating to the public. So just like with the drinking water, I guess this is inadvertent drinking water, right? We have to communicate to the public risk. And we've had problems from the get-go with getting a functional website to tell people what's going on. How we've done it on the coast was having web links to the counties. Counties have the data, they're communicating it out, so that was our default. We still don't really have a functional website for that. What we do have is this beta map. Rafa, did you help with this one? Michelle Tang did, okay. So it's in-house development, but it's messy, and we need to take this to our working group so that we can groom it properly, because we have data in there, inland, maybe one sampling site. The data is from 2006. What does that communicate to anybody? There's no context. So we need help with our communication and getting the data where we can use it publicly. So I think this month, Karen, do we have now Beach Watch data going into Seaton? Nick?
It's very close. The connection is imminent. I think we're hoping before the end of the year. There's a few bugs. It's being tested right now. There's just a few bugs about some people baiting efforts and stuff like that, but it's really close.
That's a huge thing. It's been years in development. So that'll be next year's claim to fame, right? But that's been one of our problems. Some of our big network needs, well, number one, leadership. Well, I have my own program statewide that I'm working on. Swimming is not part of that. Rec 1 is not a fundamental thing to my citizen monitoring programs. Inland waters, well, Alicia here, she has her own stuff that she's doing for Region 5, so she's stepping out of that to fulfill this role that will help her programs, but she's limited. And then Karen in DWQ, she's got all that coast. So we need to get some other leadership to help make these things functional and doable. It's been led by state personnel since its inception, but it shouldn't be limited to state personnel. We must open this up so it's more viable. We need new blood too. My blood is old. It's users and the public that are going to benefit from these websites, from the data that's being collected. So we need to get other perspectives involved from the top, not just by participating. We need both. Second, we need support for, it took a decade for Beach Watch to get functional so we can get it into seed and actually make some utilization of it. But we had hangups with trying to get requests into DIT. Why can't you guys? Why can't you just tell DIT what to do? We need that type of authority. We need some help with that. Same thing with website maintenance. These co-facilitators and myself don't have the time to always make sure that everything gets posted timely. So we could have all of our presentations up so that people that couldn't make the meeting know that it happened and what the content was. Just basic stuff that we have a lot of procedures to go through. We need some assistance to make sure that all of our obligations are fulfilled. I do the best I can with my stuff, but we don't always talk because we're in different parts of the state, and so not everything gets done. So if Alicia has a meeting and can't follow up with that, it just sits until she can get to it. So we don't have a coordinator of these facilitators. Website maintenance, yeah, we're trying our best to make sure it's functional, but with this time lag and trying to get our IT and maps up, it's a lag. So when people ask me, hey Eric, is it safe to swim? I'm like, instead of directing them to this website, I direct them to the county. Fortunately, inland we don't have that. The counties don't have that information. This should be functioning for that. Last presentation, maybe the last two presentations, talked about crossover. We have all these working groups, so they're working together. Well, earlier today you didn't see me because I was down to the FHABS coordination meeting. So we do have some crossover happening, but it's light. It's on a personal program, not because of a work group. I was down there because of citizen monitoring. Thankfully, there's some citizen monitoring groups down there participating. It wasn't me down there because I'm with the Safe to Swim network. I bring that baggage with me, but we need to have purposeful coordination with CCHAB. It was something that this work group identified as a Safe to Swim issue years ago, but we didn't make that connection. We saw another group form, and they're doing a great job, but we need to coordinate. We need to have linkage so that we can inform the public properly, so not just saying, I can't swim, I can swim signs. It's closed because of this, open because of that, maybe because of my age, maybe not because of my age, something else. So it's very complicated. We need to make things a lot easier. And that happens through coordination and movement that's supported. Lastly, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, it was ADA compliance. We have to be compliant with ADA online. Our programs function a lot because we're sharing information amongst programs. It's done through PowerPoints. We need some guidance so that we can share with our guests, this is what we need to have presented so it's accessible, and so that when we archive your information online, it will be saved online. And it won't be something that is not in compliance and will be taken away. We value all of the people that contribute to our meetings and to the network and the working groups. We want to be able to maintain that. And I don't know about historically what's going to happen with that information either. So one of my requests to the council is to provide us all the working groups with guidance so that we can move forward with making sure that we're ADA compliant and we're honoring the contributions from those that come before us and share knowledge and information. So go back to that. Here, Alicia has some information to share with you that I missed.
So any questions?
We have one behind you.
Behind me. Please. Maybe you need to push the button.
Hi, Eric. Carl Ronning, South Ybor River Citizens League Circle. Yeah, I've always been looking for more places. There was a Safe to Swim study done in the Ybor River watershed for a while back that funded us for like 6 years, and there was some data taken.
I've sent
But
you a lot
we
of IDEX supplies over the years.
Oh yeah,
These are
and I've
programs.
sent it back because we got our own.
Yeah.
Now, which is awesome. But yeah, I've always been looking for a place to be able to give our data to, and we've been putting our bacteria data on something called Swim Guide, which I don't know if you've heard of that before. But that was always like a very simple way for when we got, elevated E. coli or whatever bacteria readings, we could like post it on there because they gave us like administrative rights to be able to post things on there about our sites and that kind of thing.
Right.
So is this something that you're trying to do for like for
data
a different
for
website?
quality. Yeah, one of the bad things, unfortunately, with that program, Swim Guide, is that anybody can put up their data,
right?
Regardless of whether it has any QA associated with it. And some programs do not have or support QAPPs. So it's not something that I've taken to the council or our work group and saying, we need to support this.
Mhm.
It's been something that I don't want to bring up. I want to help those groups individually, and I've reached out to them so I can help them with their QAPPs, even those groups that are national, but have representation membership here. I'll help you wherever you're at because I know it's going to benefit California, and I haven't gotten any traction on that. But that's not the only app that's out there.
So currently,
Hill
is there
has an app too, and they're
Yeah.
starting to go inland as well.
Okay.
But it's the generators of data. And so I'd really encourage you to make sure you get all that data into CDN, because that's the database we're going to be harvesting data from to put all of our visualization tools and public outreach documents.
We put all of our data onto CDN, but we put it on once a year, right?
Yeah,
so
so
like
it can
in
be so
terms of
useful.
getting it out when it matters, when there's some spike and maybe at low flows that happens in a waterway, how does anybody know that? Sorry, go ahead.
This is one of the many things that inland has to conquer, and that's why it's so sometimes overwhelming. But yeah, so I mean, there are some examples. I know. So for the Central Valley Water Board, we're doing some stuff where we've just developed an interactive online map, and we post our data there, and then our long-term data goes into CDN. But I think that is something to kind of discuss. How do we communicate the data in a timely manner, and then also have it like in CDN or somewhere that it can be assessed for longer term assessments, and how do we communicate that to the public? Because it gets very confusing when you have different databases and kind of different uses of the data. One is do you want to go swimming right now, and one's kind of the longer term. Is that site impaired? More of like the scorecards or something that some groups have developed.
Yeah.
So it's awesome you're contributing. We get more utilization of that data if it was all of the inland groups data and profits.
Because if a tool was just created that it's literally like you guys want our data, right, and we want to give it to you, and if there's like a simple thing of like, give us your bacteria data here, and we click this link and we send it to you, and we send you the lab report, and there's someone that's actually in charge of going through it and processing it and putting it up on a real-time website, like why is that not a thing?
That's why we go to Tony and say.
Yeah, so I think
Workgroup.
it could be a thing. It's just who's in charge. But we have some examples out there that so we're doing it so that it's very simple. We're actually using Google spreadsheets, and you can key in the data. Michelle Tang is again actually helping us, so she's actually putting that up on the open data portal hopefully very soon. So it'll be accessible that way. But we have to figure out the language and kind of the disclaimers that people understand if they're grabbing that data set. It's a very draft right now data set. And don't expect it to have all the QA and verification.
PWR uses language along those lines for their CDEC data.
Which is, so we kind of have some language, but it's, it might be confusing because like the beta Safe to Swim map, you can go get some of the same data in there. And so it might actually change if we discover that we had a mistake or something like that. So just that people know what they're grabbing.
Yeah, it just seems like on this water quality website, there should just be a thing about safe to swim. And I don't know, I need to look and do my own research and look at the website and see what's on there and what I want.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be updated. And so some of that, I think the notification guideline that Eric was talking about, some of like the really basic decisions we have to decide is what are like the values we're going to use for, you know, whether you put up a sign or whether that site turns a different color. Because I think right now, like I know I'm kind of using our statewide bacteria objectives, but that's really looking at more longer term assessments. So
because they
might be
changed it to
different numbers.
geometric mean, which is funny.
Or the statistical threshold value.
Which is good. Yeah.
But in the data, so
yeah.
some groups may only go out once a week, maybe only go out once a month.
Right.
And maybe, you know, does the interpretation of the data change based on the frequency or how recent it is?
Yeah. But anyways, just to conclude this, I just want to say, like, if at any point there's a time where there's like a really good website that you want me to be continuously giving my data to, I would love to know that. And you know my email, Eric. So like, yeah, at any time, like,
Announcements, it's running
yeah.
functional, but I'll call you personally.
Yeah, I want the best website to be putting it on. And the
Well,
only
kinda,
one that the only people that have reached out to me have been Swim Guide and be like, give us your thing and we can put your data up. And I'm like, sweet, that's awesome. Like, I just want us to be public.
Unfortunately, we kind of need people to come and help us build those things or help us decide what is it, what's not needed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are meeting with Swim Guide next week. So.
Other questions, comments? It's interesting to see the challenge when you move away from beach monitoring into inland and how that changes your data quality questions. It changes your, you know, threshold questions, all of that. So it's kind of this same information, but in different context. So
yeah, lots of people want guidance. I get lots of emails and calls that think because I'm leading the work group, I have all the answers. And unfortunately, that's not the case.
Right.
And I'm less connected than her, so.
Well, and I guess to follow along the lines of Steve's earlier questioning, are there other states that have inland programs that are models that we could look to?
Sort of. There's some states like Ohio that they actually have statewide monitoring programs. And so it kind of communicates that data. And I think we don't really have that. So when we're trying to bring other groups in.
Some of the Great Lakes, but it's the Great Lakes.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Maybe added some more water bodies, but it's not.
I think
New Zealand is really awesome.
Yeah, New Zealand's a great example. I would say they're world class, but I think that it gets back to kind of something everyone said, that we have no regulatory backbone for the inland surface waters. We have assessments for 303D based on data that we receive, but the coastal subset actually of coastal sites get monitored on a consistent basis because of AB 411. There's nothing for inland, so it's either citizen groups that are interested in protecting their constituents or tribes that go out there are sampling, but it's no consistency or where to put it or how to do it. So
before we close, I want to thank Ray Hunt, who's not here, Grant Sharp, who are our.
See, you know who your sponsors are. That's good. Gold star.
I'll
all of you
smack Ray
three.
around us. He'll be at the meeting.
Any other comments or questions? All right, then Eric, you get to keep the clicker and move on to the collaboration network.
My other hat. So this year, I had a list of ideas for webinars that I generated myself. But with other work duties coming along, guess how many webinars we had? That's right, we had that many. All the working groups have the capacity now to host their own webinars. So that's if there's something very important, they're taking care of it themselves. What I was able to do is to step in and help Nick out, and those members of the public and the monitoring community that weren't able to come to the Science Symposia, they can watch the videos online. So we took the live feed that was recorded and I chopped it up into nice bits. And so we have 21 new videos on our YouTube channel. And so those are in 2 different playlists. You can just scroll down the videos list and find things. But I like to compartmentalize everything into playlists so that it's not lost. You can find everything that's related to that subject. So we have the science symposia, all the presentations within one core block are available in just one viewing. So all continuous. And then the community water science workshop was actually held in this room. Those are all videos of individual talks. And so those are available for anybody all over the world to watch. And because it's in YouTube, it can be translated and closed captions. So it's very accessible. We have, what did I say here, 161? We have more than that. We had some more subscribers show up this week. So we got people that are subscribing and wanting our videos. Not a whole lot, but for a group that doesn't do any advertising, 161 is actually above average. And within LinkedIn, we have over 582 members of our work group there. A lot of people viewing that, not a whole lot of people sharing content. But when I wasn't holding webinars, another gentleman doing statistics was, and sharing that information out to people. So it is a forum that I think people are finding each other and then reaching out to each other through the LinkedIn format, which is one of the great functions of LinkedIn. Well, top needs for this particular working group, I need some video editing software. We're using stuff that's really outdated. I've asked for upgrades. The IT guy showed up and said, can I have the CD? Like I buy my own software for work. So that's a big stumbling block right now. Is just we have old software. Yesterday I was in Hollywood and found out about this new freeware that may fit my needs. Will it be supported by DIT? I don't know. So I got to reach out to them. But that's one of our big problems is just trying to capture content so we can share it. The other is, it's just me been doing this since the beginning. I'm running out of ideas and speakers and topics, and I've asked the working group and the council, and I'm just not getting the people saying, hey, I can do it, I want to do it, this is a topic we need to have. So the interest isn't there, and I think it's because it could be compartmentalized. We're already doing that within our own programs. And then if there is a need, yeah, give me some hot topics, some knowledgeable presenters, and I can facilitate this if it's still of value. Right now, I didn't have anybody complaining, hey, Eric, where are my videos? I get, hey, Eric, I can't find the link for the Clean Water Team calendar, but not for my webinars. What I get sometimes is, thank you for posting what's up there, but not, I want to contribute, I want to share. So those are kind of stumbling blocks for this very different working group. This was a working group that was supposed to help monitors. Those that are participating in the working groups, this was for them. This was to help connect groups that are monitoring and those that do have that connectivity, where you do have a regional partnership, so we can showcase some of their work. It's been doing this for quite a long time, but more and more we're relying on taking content that's produced by somebody else and making it accessible. I've done work for Nick. In the past, we've also done the same thing for the California Aquatic Bioassessment Work Group and making their videos accessible online. So, glad to get some feedback from y'all.
I popped into the PFAS yesterday and today a little bit this morning, and Amanda McGee, she had they broadcasted a little 2-minute, 3-minute PFAS. What is PFAS? What are we doing? It was great. That would be a good thing to contribute to it, wouldn't it?
Sure. You got somebody?
It's Amanda McGee. She's with.
If she already has the content, we could just put it up online.
It would be great. Yeah, it was. It's great little video. It's like 2 minutes of what is PFAS. It's great. I loved it.
Many of the programs are already delivering their content in a webinar format that they record, that they then make available. We're at the Water Board doing more and more uploads to YouTube of all kinds of things. And so it may be a question of coordinating all of that and making it available in one place, or, I'm not sure. what the answer is, but it might be worthy of a survey, a needs assessment, to see, you know, what value added is the network and what could we tweak to make it more valuable.
Yeah, you know, I used to, before we lost the contract with Constant Contact, after my webinar, send out, you know, the survey, but we haven't done anything since then.
Any software tools? Because I think we can do SurveyMonkey and, you know, those kinds of
Limited.
things.
Yeah, we could do some of those things, but yeah. We can follow up on that next month. Yeah. I'll work with Nick on language.
I think a couple of the questions he's really asking is like, is this work group of value to the council? And if so, is there something they can help, or can a council start providing either their ideas of top topics? Some of the ones that got a lot of great feedback was when you did a series of, you know, and it links up well with the clean water team, because you identify with your monitors, okay, what would be valuable to them, and then provide them a series of webinars that can help ideally achieve that kind of goal. But again, you only have so many topics that you're going to come up with.
So much time.
And almost so much time.
We a few years back, if you're new, I hosted a complete series on safe to swim topics. Michael was retiring. I had a bunch of equipment, and I had some labs that were promising access. And so I wanted to make sure we got the best utilization out of our equipment, out of those lab promises. And so hosted a this is why we monitor for fecal indicator bacteria, to visionary. And so, you know, forecasting, all the stuff in between, you know, the lab, the QA, infrastructure, just, you know, going out there and looking at infrastructure. And then I hosted myself, did a presentation on sanitary surveys. EPA came out and we worked together on putting together workshops on sanitary surveys for inland waters. And so it was the first time they had ever done that. And they got a big awakening when they came to LA and Santa Ana at the homeless population and where they were living in the watershed, in the infrastructure. They had no concept of that. And then we worked with the tribe on Clear Lake as well. So EJ, tribes, eye-openings, good stuff. And then we have this entire series now online. So if the working groups have something they'd like to present in a like manner, I'd be glad to host it. If they find the presenters and all that, I will do all of the logistics as far as, you know, putting it online and doing the editing and putting it on YouTube in a good playlist. But I need that kind of collaboration if it's going to be functional.
Any other questions, comments?
Any leaders, any other working groups that see value in any type of collaboration like this, or are you fine with what you're doing?
Oh, yeah, please. Sorry.
Since you brought it, I was going to bring this up next, but we're equally struggling with the question of past presentations and accessibility, and then what we do moving forward. And so I think if the option is to work with you to record our meetings that often include, you know, expert speakers, if that's the option, that might work, because in the meantime, we're just emailing presentations and losing everything else, because we just don't have the capacity to meet accessibility for PowerPoint for all these things. So
I think
that'd be
an option.
Great.
Yeah, I'd love to use a new format too. The web tools that we have for hosting the meetings, mine got hijacked. So somebody in China and England and all that were using my account, so it had been shut down. So for a long time, I wasn't even able to host webinars. Yeah, that's another one of the DIT problems. Is because they just like, oh, we're working with, you know, Microsoft to fix the problem. Microsoft is doing stuff without talking to our DIT. So we have other problems that can pop up and just put a squash in what we're trying to accomplish.
I like the idea of Karen to set out a survey to the work groups to see, okay, would this be useful? I mean, I think that I've heard a couple today, you know, when Healthy Watersheds comes out with their tool and they're wanting feedback, or if there's work groups that come out with products that want feedback, that's where the collaboration network can provide value.
All right. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Well, you can come back now. You can either sit or come up to the front, wherever you'd like.
So Becky Stanton, I'm one of the 3 co-chairs for the California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network, or CCHAB. Sarah Ryan and Dave Karen are at the other meeting that's going on today. Sarah Ryan thankfully covered a lot of the annual update, I think in September, so I didn't reiterate that today, but just in terms of, basically from our charter, our mission and our 4 key goals in terms of trying to develop a program that integrates across the different aspects of cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms, particularly in freshwater and estuarine systems, and trying to prioritize management, synthesizing data, data gaps, and communication tools. And again, covered a lot of what we've done over the last year. And I just realized today that we're actually up, all 3 of us, for a shift with new nominations for this spring. So we'll see who is able to take those roles on. And I think that's probably going to change with the legislation for the state board with AB 834, how that changes moving forward. So we tried to go through, and I think as part of the tensions that were expressed earlier, in terms of what's at the work group level and then what's at primarily at the water board in terms of their monitoring group. And so I tried to think about what for CCHAB and then what the monitoring council could help with. So as I spoke to early and Eric covered really well, is administrative IT support are really crucial for us. We have a lot of information online, both as our work group page and the HABS portal. And so it's really hard to keep that up to date in a timely fashion. And then also we've had a lot of our presentations online, and so we certainly have no capacity to try to bring those all up to accessibility. And so we're not quite sure at this point. They're kind of static, and then we aren't posting any new ones. Because none of us individually, we're all, all the state employees are scrambling to keep our own web pages up and bring those up. And so we don't really have the capacity to try to, manage that for this additional workload for accessibility. So in the meantime, we're emailing presentations to the listserv, but we, we're uncertain on how to deal with the past presentations and anything to be able to house those online moving forward. So additional support would be greatly appreciated. And then sort of on a similar vein, because currently none of the co-chairs are water board employees, we're working with the water board support staff in terms of doing communication, and Nick has certainly helped with that, but it's just, another step and sometimes a bit of a lag of, we can't use those tools directly. And then we also talked about social media, and that's another thing that would sort of, it's hard to sort of figure out the time, fashion, and then the approval on how that all works. So that's just something that we thought about of how to sort of make better use of those tools and some of the obstacles we face with that. One of the things that's also coordinated across between sort of the water board monitoring data and their program is uploading and sharing HAB monitoring information, and that I know that's something my co-chair Sarah Ryan has brought up before and feels really strongly about. Right now we have the map that shows more event-driven data that's has observations and might have data about a given concentration, but it's not very accessible or exportable in terms of like a specific number. For example, and then we have, who's doing monitoring different places, and then the monitoring data map now just has a list or locations of who's doing monitoring. So I think that getting better information and getting that type of information uploaded, I think there's some capacity within CEDN that's challenging for some of the types of data that we have, and then there's just a backlog in terms of getting even the stuff that's directly compatible now into CEDN. So I think there's some opportunities there. Certainly, we work very closely with regional and state board staff that are the leads for the freshwater harmful algal bloom program. But particularly as that evolves with the additional funding and staffing, we're just trying to make sure we work out roles and responsibilities and how that works. And as people mentioned, even today there was this FHED monitoring strategy that's mainly through the state board and SCORP, but we're correlated and we all overlap, but we're still just trying to figure out how that all works out. So not trying to make that as a negative at all, but it's just something we need to work through, how that works out and who's doing what where. And then we have a lot of key players, but there's lots of groups that we could be reaching out to more. And so how to encourage further participation within the network and in terms of getting information onto the portal. So that's another opportunity that we see moving forward. So that's kind of all I had. Questions, comments?
I do have a question. It's sort of a broad one. I think this would apply to a number of the work groups that we've heard from today, but it seems that a common theme or common challenge, I should say, is just the sort of the information technology barriers that are present. And I was just curious for state board staff, what type of software licensing you have with Esri. Is there an enterprise license in place? And if so, do you have your own ArcGIS servers? That would be a follow-up question. So I don't know if anyone has those answers. It's not a big deal if you don't have those answers today. Those would be things we could talk about.
I think the answer is yes. I think the big constraint we have is staff availability to support all of the work group portals. It's limited resources is our biggest problem.
Yeah, I say we do have an enterprise license, and Swamp used to have its own GIS unit, but then that was absorbed by DIT, so now it's kind of housed in a different place. And so it's one small unit for all the water boards almost, to the point where their time is very limited. And we have access to the GIS, but we have very limited how we can use it. Like we can develop a map, but publishing it is a whole other challenge. We don't have those rights. Those are solely housed for security purposes, I suppose, in the GIS unit's realm. So we do look for outside sources, but there is some sort of movement for a portal of portals of GIS sort of geodatabase that's being created for all state agencies that was kind of vaguely talked about a few weeks ago, and there's not very many details that I have beyond that. But that could be a way to help. It's supposed to basically gather all the layers that are collected across state agencies and make them available for use. Right. And hopefully publication. I don't know if there's some Esri constraints, but that could be helpful on that level. But again, yeah, it's a lot of it is staff time and people willing to dedicate that much time to maintaining things.
No, I completely understand. The reason I ask is I know Esri does have some nice products that help with some of the communication. I mean, obviously their primary bread and butter software is the mapping and the spatial analysis tools, but more recently, they've developed tools like story maps, which are great for communicating. It's not just necessarily spatial data, but other information as well. And even more recently, they've made available a platform called a hub site that's similar to story map, but it's more of a sort of a traditional website. The nice thing being that it allows much freer management of content, so that if you're currently if your constraints are your own web content management systems, it sort of frees you up from that because you're managing content within their within their environment. So just an idea to throw out there. We've explored using it and we're currently hosting a couple of sites on hub sites now, where we've transitioned away from a traditional website to where now everything is now on this hub site, where we can bring in spatial data content and other content, but it's also got some of the traditional functions of a more conventional website. So just a thought to keep in mind moving forward.
So this is a good list of needs, but it's very heavily focused on data and data support. One of the things I was surprised to not see up there is anything that have to do with, I guess I'll call it method evaluation. It seems like you've got a lot of methods for doing HABs, from how you collect them, you collect a bottle, to using a resin bag, to even satellite image or overflight images, and then even within once you get the samples into the laboratory, you have an array of methods that are from less expensive to more expensive. Do you all feel like you've got a good handle on that as to apples and apples? And that's really not important at this point, that you've got a handle?
Well, I would say that's one of the things, because there's this whole other workshop and TAC that's handling the FHAB monitoring strategy. So
if you coordinate well with them, you'll reap the benefits.
Exactly. So that's what I was trying to say. It's a little bit of this, we're all working to the goal, and a lot of us sit and wear all these different hats, but it's not necessarily under the CC-HAB hat in that. So that's just one of the things we're working through. So as long as someone's doing it, but it's not a CC-HAB product. Tony.
I just actually wanted to follow up from Grant's really great suggestion to use these tools. I think that the Esri suite of tools is great, and certainly we've had really positive experiences using them. I think it's important, though, to distinguish between those groups, on the one hand, who are maybe starting out and needing to get a leg up and some foundational, their kind of legs underneath them. Those tools would be great for that. There are, however, a number of groups that have been going on for years who have tools that I would say are of a level of sophistication that exceed what the kind of Esri suite of tools can deliver. And even the FHAB group has this satellite processing system that is highly interactive, and I would say goes beyond what the Esri suite of tools could offer. So there's kind of there are different levels of sophistication. I think we've heard from groups that are kind of just trying to get their information out there or tell a compelling story. So Evelyn, it would be great if Evelyn had that foundation to tell the compelling drinking water story that you want to tell. So being empowered by those basic tools is really important for them. But then there are other groups that are trying to develop mobile apps and doing things that are kind of beyond the scope of what those things could deliver. So we just need to be careful that it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I realize I could probably have one more follow-up to Steve's, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to say Swamp has developed a lot of the methodological tools, and that's on the portal now in terms of sampling. I think what we often run into is state or regional board will, as funding allows, support the first round oftentimes of sampling if somebody submits a Bloom report, and then it's sort of, that's how the money stretches at this point. So oftentimes, we're sort of trying to figure out how to fill that in. And again, that may change with the additional funding that's being brought on board, but I don't think it's from that perspective methodological. But the monitoring overarching framework and how that funding is going to be played out, I think we'll expand on that too. So.
I mean, it just seems like somebody who observes slightly from a distance that you have a wide array of people using a wide array of methods. And if you're going to join all those, which is obviously the goal, you need to have a pretty good feel for how consistent it is. And there's not a laboratory accreditation program for a lot of these methods. So intercalibration exercise of some sort to let you see whether or not somebody like Dave Karen, I would have a lot of confidence in how he does it, but some groups that are operating on a much smaller local scale, do they produce data that's apples and apples?
Well, there are mostly not a lot of people monitoring regionally.
Right.
So, there's sort of event-based monitoring, and then there's, East Bay Parks, and there's Clear Lake, and there's Klamath. And so, there are ones that might do like a field test trip, and then they might send a sample to the lab. There aren't that many labs that do this analysis, so there's a consistency and there's a quality at that level too. And then at the research program level, there's Dave Karen and Cadella, and so I think we have a consistency there too. So I think we don't have a mechanism to even pull them together, so that hasn't really come up to that level yet. But I mean, there are some good points there.
Thank you. Trash.
Trash time.
For some trash talking.
Hi there. My name is Christine Cornelli, and I'm a senior engineer with Larry Walker Associates, which is a water quality consulting firm. And I'm here with Tony Hale from San Francisco Estuary Institute, where he's the program director in environmental informatics. And we are the co-chairs of the trash monitoring workgroup. Just kind of a brief outline of what we're going to present today. We're going to just a brief introduction of our work group because it's fairly new before we jump into our goals and objectives and needs and kind of the path forward. So our work group is just a little bit over a year old since conception. The 2018 trash data dive was in November 2018. Brought a ton of people together for a day-long workshop to talk about trash and different stories around trash and how to tell stories about trash data that we have and what to do with that information. So the idea for this work group came out of that, as well as a lot of legislative policies and other regulatory requirements that are going on throughout California for microplastics and macro trash and trash amendments and just kind of trash is everywhere. And everyone is talking about it, so it was a great time to get a work group together. So originally it was myself and Shelley Moore that got the group going, and Shelley was really instrumental in getting the work group off the ground. And then fortunately Tony was able to step in to fill Shelley's role. One of the things we wanted to highlight is that our membership is pretty significant even in the short amount of time. I think at last check there's over 100 people signed up on the LIRIS and getting all the information about our meetings. And for the meetings specifically, we're having 45, 50 people in attendance or on the phone. So people are really interested from all different walks of the trash world. We have city representatives, water board, state board, NGOs, consultants, scientists, students, public agencies, federal agencies. I mean, it's like everyone is showing up to talk about trash. So it's really great to get a bunch of different visions in the same room. And out of our first work group meeting, which was held in April of this year, we're not in 2020 yet. Okay, yes, April of this year. We formed 3 subcommittees, and that's really where a lot of the work is being done right now. And all 3 subcommittees have been super active, meeting monthly or even more frequently as needed. And those are the Homeless Encampment Subcommittee. And I just kind of wanted to mention, kind of in the same vein as how broad-reaching our membership is that the Homelessness Subcommittee is led by Dahlia from the City of Rancho Cordova, as well as Caitlin Kulua from California Coastkeeper Alliance. So it's great to get those 2 agencies together to lead this group. And then it says here Citizen Science, but we've changed the name. They've changed the name to Community-Based Science Subcommittee, and that is led by Aaron Heyman from the Delta Conservancy and Sherry Lippiett from NOAA. And then finally, the Data Standardization Management and Coordination Subcommittee. I think you need an acronym for that. It's led by Tony and Wynn Cowger from UC Riverside. And then in terms of our broader work group, we're meeting quarterly. So we met in April, August, and we have a meeting next Thursday. And then just to kind of jump into our goals and objectives, kind of overarching is the coordination between organizations on trash-related matters. As I've kind of already said, all these different parties wanting to talk about trash. And our goal is to support programs that monitor for trash and provide public data. There's a lot of different programs, and we want to help everyone kind of talk the same language. Also to promote implementation and continued refinement of standardized trash monitoring methods. A lot of groups have different goals, and so they're doing things in different ways. And how can we take these huge data sets and meld them together so that we can tell one story or answer a bunch of questions or make policy decisions using all this great data. We also want to be able to communicate trash monitoring assessment information to agency staff and decision makers at all levels, federal, state, and local. And then also compile all of this great trash information and make them available on a website such as the trashmonitoring.org website. Another one is to develop, recommend, and provide guidance for implementation of approaches for data sharing among trash workgroup partners. Again, there's so many different partners, and everyone's kind of interested in certain pieces of the trash data. So how can we guide all these different people to use this data in a useful manner? And then finally, to serve the ongoing purposes of the council through our mission statement and our activities. And now the picture means it's Tony's turn to talk.
Thank you very much, Christine. So as Christine mentioned, there are 3 subcommittees, and that's where a lot of the bulk of the work is happening right now. We're seeing frequent meetings, sometimes on a monthly basis. We meet quarterly for the larger group. And the subcommittees also offer an opportunity to kind of focus and really kind of dig into problems in some detail. What you'll see here is a kind of rundown of some of the ways that the goals are focused through these subcommittees. So on the first one, the Homeless Encampment Subcommittee, that among the goals that they set for themselves, and here Christine and I are representing the people who have a certain amount of autonomy within our larger group. They've set these goals to provide data to the water boards that's focused on quantifying the levels of trash that are generated by homeless encampments. So they also want to figure out what are the best practices, what are the best practices that might help to optimize the monitoring of trash related to homeless encampments. And some of the barriers that they are encountering as they work through these challenges, because there are human subjects involved. You have concerns about privacy, about where are the legal boundaries when this information can be safely recorded, and safety. So going into areas that are kind of at the sometimes could be in unsafe locations, or how to handle materials that themselves might not be safe to handle. And then just the resources to get done the monitoring that needs to be done. It's often the case that with the cleanups that happen and they're hoping to leverage, there's not time or effort put into quantifying or classifying the trash that comes out of there. And that's really a resource question. So some of the next steps that they've identified is in the category of networking to cultivate partnerships among storms, the state regional water board, to develop their strategies further. This is all in the service of kind of thinking carefully about how best to perform this work, as well as to solicit data, to bring the data together. At the municipal level, thinking about how to foster, encourage data sharing. So they know, the cities know that that there are cleanup efforts happening, but more often than not, they're not exchanging information, and there are strategic opportunities that are perhaps being overlooked for doing that, both in terms of just water quality impacts, but they're also, because these are city programs, they're thinking about some of the broader coordinating opportunities. They're also considering development of a survey to work on these and help to facilitate some of these other matters. And then what you see here is an allusion to the trash monitoring playbook. This is a project that Shelley Moore and I have been working on, Shelley Moore of Squirp, and we've been working under Holly Wire of the Ocean Protection Council to develop to validate currently inexistent trash monitoring methods, looking for their accuracy, precision, practicality, cost, et cetera. And so the Homeless Encampments Subcommittee in particular has called out the opportunity to help inform the suite of methods that are to be included in the playbook, which is a kind of a large deliverable coming out of that project. So with the community-based science, sometimes known as citizen science, they are working on their own suite of goals. So evaluating the use of community-based science monitoring data for assessing compliance with trash amendments. So it's very often the case, and Eric, this has probably been a hallmark of Eric's career, where community-based scientists want their data to matter. They want it to feed into key decisions, in this case, compliance with the trash amendments. And so they're very interested in what kind of mechanism would lend the necessary credibility to their data, whether it's a matter of timeliness or data quality. And so they also want to share information amongst themselves about who's doing what when and where. And to, if there are protocols in use, to share those protocols or to develop new ones, and to promote and enhance data collection. So thinking about what types of tools people use, whether technical or procedural, to do that. Some of the barriers we find, a lot of what you'll see as patterns among these subcommittees is that the barriers are related to communication and in this case, outreach limitations, just how much people can afford the time to coordinate with each other and extend their hands out to share with each other. So to a certain extent, we have these subcommittees as a vehicle for sharing, but I just want to call out for the council at large is that I think that it would be good to think about ways to ensure that the right people are at the table, to provide the right input during the stages when we're working on these challenges, as well as to be at the tables to receive the information coming out. So it's really a two-way street. There's also a specific need that the tools that are currently developed don't necessarily meet everyone's needs. And so we're trying to kind of assess tools, the suite of tools that are available, to help ensure that we have a kind of fit gap analysis of the tools that are available for people. And they want to develop guidance on the feasibility of integrating the community-based science into compliance monitoring, establishing a set of tools for community scientists so that they can kind of pick these tools up off the shelf, and when they go in the community, they can have some assurance that the data that they're collecting will be credible and usable in a broader context, and to also communicate and coordinate better amongst the different community-based science groups, some of whom are at the table already, others are at the fringes, and so they're trying to ensure that they have the right people around the table. Finally, the Data Standardization Management and Coordination Committee. This is the group that I'm personally most connected with, and we are aiming to support different public agencies by removing data sharing barriers. Along those lines, one of the things that Andrew Hill developed during that very first trash summit back a year ago was a data model, which has since been further enhanced as a conceptual tool to help ensure that all the different methods for monitoring trash, which are really broad, and each program has a slight different variance on how best to monitor trash, that we can use the data model as scaffolding to kind of like, hold these different pieces of the larger trash picture and see if we can assemble a unified model that can accommodate all of them, knowing that doing that allows us to better visualize how to bring the data together into a unified picture. And Wynn Cowger, who is the co-lead of this subcommittee, has developed a trash taxonomy. So within the data model, there is a taxonomic section, just how do you classify trash, essentially. And so down at UC Riverside, he has a team that's worked on assembling this, meant to be kind of, I guess, a catalog of everything possible that could be trash. So gold and diamonds aren't included for whatever reason, but pretty much everything else is. So it's a matter of validating that, and so we're working on that. Identifying a trash conversion system so that you can kind of take results from the different trash methods and find ways to crosswalk them. So despite the different methods that people are using to quantify trash, that we can find a way to leverage all those efforts that are currently out there with a known level of certainty in terms of the level of certainty you lose as you move from method to method, and also responding to other subcommittee data needs. So we find ourselves in a point of integration where we're trying to address their needs. Our barriers are simply lack of time and outreach limitations, not necessarily having the bandwidth to bring everyone together. But among the things we'll be doing is to complete the vetting of that taxonomy and data model, to complete the vetting of the trash density calculator. So that density calculator is what I was referring to earlier with this conversion system, finding that most of the methods can be translated into a kind of density model. So we want to pursue that further. And then we want to be able to present the available tools to the subcommittees and have them noodle on the suite of available tools and identify any gaps to the use of these tools, either within the homeless encampment focused group or the community science. So to wrap some things up here, we find that the subcommittees have their own special interests, but there are also hands out reaching to integrate among them, data management working with either, and then the homeless and citizen science focus groups are selectively reaching across those lines. And so that's really Christine and I have the job to kind of ensure that we can play traffic cops and really kind of make sure that we can get some work done. Among the barriers we face is that sometimes the data that come from these efforts are not comparable. So again, the kind of some of the work that we're doing to make them comparable, as well as just the varied objectives, measurements, policies, stakeholders, a lot of different perspectives coming all at once and trying to kind of parse it all out and make it manageable. But I also want to highlight that the barrier that you see coming up again and again is the knowing that everyone has an interest in trash. It is the pollutant that people can most readily identify. It is the thing that people think they know a lot about, even anecdotally, like, gosh, this park is a lot trashier than it used to be. But without the kind of rigorous attention to detail that helps make those measurements actionable. And so ensuring that we can kind of bring the right people around the table. We have a lot of people in the group, so it's not that we necessarily need to have more, but knowing who are the critical people who need to be in on some of these developments that as we're carrying them forward, I think is really something that it would be good for the Monitoring Council to inform. So we're going to be showcasing the tools, we're going to be showcasing data sharing strategies, as well as just exchanging information about monitoring programs. We'll be meeting next, if you're interested, on December 12th. This is in Southern California. What's the actual location of that meeting?
It's at Michael Baker International, right near this meeting.
And it's it was mentioned earlier, but the Trash Datathon is on February 28th of this coming decade. And we have ongoing subcommittee meetings, so it's your choice or the choice of anyone whether they participate just in the subcommittees or the broader committee as well. And we'll also be continuing to coordinate with the broader Monitoring Council. So did I miss anything, Christine?
But I heard we get brownie points if we say our sponsor's name.
Yes, Shelley Walther is our sponsor. While I have the mic, I just want to say one quick thing about one of the prior presentations. When talking about tools, among the challenges we often face is the idea that the tools are not the tools that are developed by the different work groups are not necessarily owned by any given single public agency. So this is where figuring out what is the business model to support these tools. The California Wetland Monitoring Workgroup developed this business model, but finding the way forward in supporting these tools that are not necessarily owned by anyone, but serving everyone and often serving multiple agencies. I think it's critical to work that out because I don't think we want it to be, we want to incentivize the kind of innovation that is going to serve people and in talking about world class, there really are in many cases no other tools that we know of that speak to the specific interests of the different work groups that have been articulated sometimes over decades. And so there's a huge investment of intellectual property that goes into these tools that are fine-tuned to meet California's needs. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
I'll go real quick. Tony, you didn't have a slide that was specific to what you need from the council. That last thing you just said, I think it's a wonderful one. I want to make sure we capture it because I think it does go across a lot. Any other things that you all need from the council?
Yeah, so there's a reason why. Partly it's because I think we're still, we met first in April. We've met now twice as a group. So we're still, it's a bit chaotic. So I don't think we've made enough progress to know still what we do need from you all, right? We're kind of getting our house in order before we have the guests come in. But I would say, just to reiterate what you heard me say before about just kind of having, identifying the right people to be at the table and for you all to think carefully about who are the main kind of leads on trash, working regionally, working in, kind of, when you talk about the kind of making sure that we look to other aspirational models, if we're not the world class, it'd be good to figure out who are the aspirational models in the trash world. I think we know who they are, but it would be good to kind of vet those ideas and make sure that those people are around the table. I think that's what we need at this time.
Other comments? Yeah.
Yeah, Tony, thanks very much for the presentation. I had a question. Is the focus of this monitoring workgroup, is it mostly on monitoring trash loads within water bodies, or is it also, does the scope also include monitoring trash generated from land use and in urbanized areas as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's both on land as well as in water bodies, bound for water bodies, so in MS4 systems and you know. So yes, it's really the trash writ large.
Is not trash except gold and diamonds. But do you have like any data on bottles? Like not like soda bottles, water bottles, like all bottles?
Yeah, that is a great question, and you know, that's part of what we want to be able to answer with greater certainty. At this point, there are programs that are able to deliver that information, not uniformly across California. But if you were interested, for instance, in places in Southern California, how many bottles are identified within the context of riverine systems, the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition does tallying of these things, and it's not an all the time survey, right? So these are selective, but we can tell you what the rates of change are with the identification of specific kinds of items, such as plastic bottles. But other monitoring programs aren't concerned with classifying trash in that way. They may break it down by material, so how much plastic was extracted from this area. Yet others might be not even interested in that level of resolution. It might be, how trashy is this area of Sacramento, and is it getting better or worse? So it really does vary.
All right, so I think we're going to move on. We've got 2 more working groups to hear from. Thank you very much. So next we have Dan Schultz talking about our environmental flows work group. Welcome.
Great. Oh, it's me right here. Mike, are you good? All right, good afternoon. I'm Dan Schultz. I'm an environmental program manager for the State Water Board Division of Water Rights and co-chair of the Environmental Flows Working Group. So I thought I'd start with a little bit of an overview because we are a relatively newer group. The mission is to advance the science of ecological flow assessment and application for supporting management decisions at balancing natural resource needs with consumptive water uses to establish environmental flows. We do have a number of objectives. We've been up here for a while, so I'm not going to go into detail on all of these. We meet quarterly on the second Tuesday of the month from 9:30 to 3, and our next meeting is in February, on February 11th. And you know, these are kind of more for reference if people want to look back at later, so we can jump into more of our updates and our needs assessment. So I want to provide a little bit of updates on where we are right now with a touch of background. So right now, the main focus of the working group and also for the State Water Board under a contract with UC Davis is development of the California Environmental Flows Framework. This is basically a couple different, this came about, basically there was a group of basically a technical team that was made up of different government agencies, institutions, non-governmental organizations that was working to develop a statewide approach to develop flow criteria. The Water Board was also working on their own approach. When we recognized that, we went and merged those together, established the California Environmental Flows Technical Team, which basically expanded the tech team to include the Water Board and Department of Fish and Wildlife. The main goal is to strengthen linkages between research and agency needs, and then also to provide support for resource managers working to establish environmental flows for California rivers and streams. And I put a couple stars down there at the bottom to kind of highlight where the environmental flows work group kind of comes into this picture. One of the key things that the contract and the framework was kind of under development first, and then the working group kind of was facilitated to kind of help foster that, and with the long-term goal to kind of be the entity organization that kind of takes over that document and manages it long-term. So as of right now, the technical working group has been presenting and working with the environmental flows work group and the stakeholders there to kind of bounce off, you know, these are the different things that we're working on. These are different tools we're presenting and get feedback from that group as kind of a technical advisory committee to our effort. And so that's been very helpful. And then as I mentioned, upon completion, we envision that the framework would be handed over to be managed through the working group itself moving forward for any updates, modifications, or additional needs. So where we are, on October 31st, UC Davis submitted the first draft of the framework to the Water Board for review. We're looking at somewhere probably in early January to have a final draft that we'd be sending out to peer review. And then around our target right now, because it's basically being led by contracts and funds, is to have a final version out March 31st, 2020. So that's kind of where we are. And then moving into our overview of our needs assessment. And as I was kind of listening to some of the other working groups and kind of thinking of where we're at, part of this, I think, is that the working group, probably one of the next steps that we need to do is start to develop a strategic plan moving forward from where we are at right now. As I mentioned, a lot of the current plan was just kind of following along the development of the framework. So a number of these are really more assistance and guidance that we would be looking for the council. The first one, the California stream literature, is a little bit more of a need than guidance. And this would be helping to establish a platform to assist with collecting, reviewing, and digitizing scientific information, data, literature studies that help inform in-stream flow development. And then the other one is assistance, starting to kind of build and reach out to local stakeholders and conduct outreach, support for new environmental flow case studies. We're kind of, the current framework's pretty focused on the water board's current needs, but there's a lot of, or actually divisional water rights specific current needs, and there's a lot of outside applications that we'd like to build in, as well as overlap with SIGMA and other programs also. And then also we'd like assistance with development of a monitoring program for how well it's working, and kind of create that feedback loop, the adaptive management component. And then tracking implementation of staff, how's it working, what needs to be updated, and et cetera. So I'll go into each of these in a little bit more detail. So I wanted to start with the stream literature review. Basically, this is an effort that we have started in water rights, but we really want to expand and reach out to kind of be housed. It seems like a perfect thing to be housed under the Environmental Flows Work Group, to start collecting information throughout the state on different studies and information, to support in-stream flow development, and also compiling those. We're trying to come up with a QA/QC procedure for some of that, and then have that hosted somewhere so people can readily access it and be able to download it, query the data, and have it in one spot for everybody. Because right now, DFW they're just going through the process of uploading a lot of their studies and information over here. We have some of our swamp data sets and seeding information over here. And while it's not all stuff that we'd be looking for, ways to pull that information in one spot, as well as collect information from the feds and other local government agencies as well, and nonprofits. So to kind of give an idea what it would look like is, this is currently looking at an effort up in the North Coast. And basically this is how we would envision something being put together, depending on what the type of study is. It could be done by a watershed scale, which would be more polygon. It could be done more of a stream scale, which would be more of a polyline, or it could even be point samples as well. We can display this type of data where we have overlapping, which many streams do, by offsetting the line, so you can kind of get an idea of the different type of data there. The idea is to have a standard attribute table, so it would be coded by specific types of fields. For example, it could be a fisheries study, it could be a watershed study, it could be a macroinvertebrate study, so that you could readily query for types of information that you may want. And then if you go onto one of these and you were to click on it, it would pull up the information that's associated with that study or groups of studies, and you would be able to, in a perfect world, download or view that data in the study itself. So the idea here is it would be kind of a meta table with a summary document of what the study's about and when it was conducted. And in the perfect world, you'd be able to select an area that you're interested in, the type of data that you're interested in, hit an export button, and it would spit it all out for you. So that's kind of a big picture look at it, but that's not the easiest thing to do. So what we're looking for assistance with is we need to figure out how to collect the data, store the data, and QA/QC the data. That's kind of the first one. It's a big effort to try to gather this data. We've tried, and you can reach out to, you can look through websites and stuff to gather it. But it's a big effort, and the more that we can have people submit data and have a process to upload that data to us, which does have its issues as well with security issues, but it would really facilitate this going much quicker, and I think would start to engage people in it as well a lot more. The other one is developing the outward facing. So we collect it over here, and then we want to display it for people to be able to query and to display and to download. So that's kind of the main things that we're looking at right now, is trying to figure out how to do that. This one, of course, also, and this is where I do have questions and needs for the council, because I'm not sure how it works with the accessibility with some of these, because a lot of this information is not state products. A lot of this information is either federal or local products, and it's impossible to make that accessible. We don't have the resources to make our own data accessible. So how that plays out, and whether or not we can even, is that a stopping point? I mean, I think the purpose of accessibility is not to hold that up. We want to make it as accessible as possible, but we're just not sure how to navigate that arena at this time. So some of our other needs real quick, outreach for local stakeholders. This is assistance, and I think, again, these next ones going over are things that we would probably want to start with at the work group scale as a strategic plan. But looking at how do we start to engage the local stakeholders as far as citizen monitoring, data collection. A lot of what the framework is built on is existing data and that type of information. So the more data, the more better it's predictive of the in-stream flow needs and conditions. Also looking at how do we go out into the field and educate people so that they start using and understand how to use the framework and implement the framework consistently. And then also looking at the flip side, developing some sort of guidance for agency implementation. That's not like just state agency, but local agencies that might be interested in using this information to make flow management decisions. The other one is support for new case studies. As I mentioned, we're pretty narrowly focused on surface water, but there's opportunity for groundwater management, floodplain restoration, and then our case studies are kind of scattered right now, so even more case studies that represent different types of climatic areas and stuff like that would be helpful. And with like the groundwater and the floodplain components, when you start to move through those case studies, that's when new tools and new data needs become relevant, that the work group can start to flush out and start to provide at more of a statewide level. And then a monitoring program. This is kind of looking at kind of broad scale, looking at how are we doing. If CEF is implemented, the framework's implemented somewhere, is it successful? Is the process working? What would we want? How would we want to set up an adaptive management and build an adaptive management into the back end of this? Because that's something right now that we didn't have time to address. So it's kind of just, you should do adaptive management. Here's some kind of thoughts of adaptive management, but it's not really laid out of an adaptive management program to move forward. And then the last one is just tracking implementation of CEF, kind of a data management, which could fold into the kind of online geodatabase piece as well, and with both of these, but ways to track it. And I think that's all I have today.
Thanks, Dan. Questions?
So first off, what you all doing is great. But a lot of these things you're asking for, I'm not clear. Are you identifying these things that you want to do, or are you identifying these as things that you need the council's help in doing?
These are things that I think are the next logical steps for the work group to start thinking about.
Absolutely agree. They're great.
And I think that's where, as I put these together, and then as I was listening more today, I think I would change kind of the way that I frame some of these, and that I think what the work group needs to do is come up with a strategic planning component. What we would be looking for the council and the other work groups is kind of more the recommendations and guidance on helping to develop or implement some of those to get over roadblocks.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments, questions? Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more. Did Susie endure the entire day on the phone?
here.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
So you have the floor, so to speak.
Awesome, great. And Nick, are we able to pull up my slides? Are they available? Okay, perfect. I think there's a bit of a delay on the online side, but I will just trust you hopefully to just advance as needed. So thank you for the opportunity to present the request that we have for the work group coming from the molecular methods work group to the council. And so we put this together through a bit of brainstorming with different members of our work group, and then also thanks to Nick and Steve who helped us brainstorm a little bit more on what some of these requests should look like. So I wanted to give a 2-second refresher on some of the key goals of the molecular methods work group, because we are one of the newer work groups. So just as a bit of a refresher, the work group is really focused on being a forum for a number of the different researchers across the state that are interested in using DNA-based methods, and for all of us to come together to communicate on what methods we're using, to help coordinate some of our different efforts out in the field and in the lab, to make sure that we're all on the same page with regards to protocols and best practices in generating DNA data and then analyzing and distributing that DNA data. So one of the big things that we're really focused on in these early months and years of the work group is what we like to call consensus building. So that's coming up with these best practice recommendations or standardized protocols for collecting and analyzing that DNA data. So that's kind of where you'll see a lot of the focus for some of our asks for how the council, I think, can help us achieve some of those goals. So if you just advance to the next slide, it says method standardization. I've showed this figure a couple times before, but it's just, again, a good overview of what it looks like when we're going out into the field and collecting a DNA sample and then going through the entire pipeline of extracting DNA from that sample and then analyzing it, and then eventually potentially calculating biological indices or whatever downstream applications you have for that DNA data. And so when we think about method standardization, we really can focus on any one of those waypoints along this pipeline in generating this DNA data. And when we look at some of those steps that are kind of earlier in the process, especially with regards to sampling the DNA out in the field, some of these steps are already fairly routine. Lots of researchers across the state are already doing this regularly, and there are available standardized protocols out there. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a couple, USGS has a couple. And so right now we're focused on drumming up, doing some consensus building, and documenting what we as a work group would recommend as some of the best practices for collecting this DNA out in the wild. And so these are some of the early deliverables that we're focused on generating from the work group. The other thing I want to mention is that some of the protocols are still requiring a bit more workshopping and additional methods testing. So some things such as bioinformatic processing or how we're adapting biological indices to accept this DNA data, those are things that still have a lot of kinks that need to be worked out and need a little bit more investment in terms of pilot studies, or the consensus building will probably just take a little bit longer because we're just not as far along in the process. And so there are fewer of those universal standardized protocols available that we can be leveraging right now. So if you move on to the next slide that says ask number 1, the first ask that we have of the council is to help us kind of accelerate the adoption of some of these standardized protocols that we're developing to be adopted into state, agreed to state protocols. So as I mentioned, one of the primary goals of our work group is to draft these standardized protocol documents to help unify sampling and analytical procedures across the state. And so our ask to the council would be, first off, when we have some of these draft SOPs, for us to be able to bring them to the council and the agency members and to solicit feedback from you all on these draft protocols and how they could be implemented for statewide application. So we'll have these draft protocols. We have drafts of them right now that we're still working on. So in less than a year to potentially, the next year or two, we'll have some of these draft protocols that we'd love to be soliciting feedback from you all on. And then the other component to this request is that hopefully the council can provide to us a clear plan on how we can go about kind of enacting some of these draft protocols and making sure that they can be implemented and incorporated and essentially become agreed to state protocols. So that's really just trying to come up with a vision for what the process looks like once the work group has a recommendation or a standardized protocol. How can we make sure that that becomes something usable for the council and the council members, and it can get shared among all of the different members, and that it really can be implemented across different agencies. Okay, if there are not any questions there, then I'll move on to ask number 2. Okay, great. So then ask number 2, we're calling support for various pilot studies. So as I mentioned, right now there are a couple steps in the generation of DNA data that are fairly routine, and there are some steps in the generation of DNA data as we move towards standardized protocols that need a little bit more workshopping. So the pilot studies that we are envisioning are the studies that would help us get to those standardized protocols a little bit faster. So some examples of what some of these pilot studies might look like is a pilot study that compares 5 different DNA extraction methods to hopefully select the optimal one, or a pilot study that compares taxonomy results using 3 different DNA reference libraries. These are still some questions that we really do rely on the answers for in order to generate some of these standardized protocols. So the ask to the council would be, if there are representatives on the council that would be willing or eager to support some of the pilot studies to help us expedite the efforts to solidify what these universal protocols should entail. So this is something that, we can begin working on sooner rather than later. And some of these pilot studies could take a couple of months. Some of them might take a little bit more, like a year. So this is something that I would envision doing between a year to 2 years from now. All right, and moving on to ask number 3. This one we're calling support for training and intercalibration exercises. So after we have drafted some of these standardized operating protocols or procedures, we want to make sure that the user community has adequate training in order to enact these protocols, and also to perform some intercalibration exercises, again, to ensure that everyone is implementing these protocols in the right way. This is something that we envision happening a little bit further down the road, because obviously we have to first get over the hurdle of having these standardized protocols that we have developed and that have been accepted enthusiastically by the council. And so then the next stage would be asking the council for support for training programs for field sampling and lab methods, and even bioinformatic processing. And then additionally, some of the intercalibration exercises, like we do in a number of our other statewide programs right now, where we're just evaluating to make sure that how these protocols are being implemented is done consistently across the state to ensure that we're all generating the same high quality data. So as I mentioned, this is something that we see probably a little bit further down the line, maybe 2 to 4 years from now. But I think it's important to begin the conversations about how we're going to be training up a user community to be using all of these draft protocols that we're developing. Okay, so that was ask number 3. And then if you go to the next slide, I have one last bonus request, we might call it. And that would be for the council to co-sponsor an upcoming National eDNA conference that SCWRP is actually hosting in partnership with NOAA. So in 2018, there was this great conference that was held that was focused on marine environmental DNA. It was one of the first times that a workshop was held to really bring together a number of eDNA researchers to begin to figure out where the biggest data gaps are in environmental DNA sampling and analyses. And so now SCWRP is involved in the planning of the second National eDNA conference. And right now, we are focusing this second national conference on the transitioning of eDNA methods to management applications. So that's where, I think SCWRP really excels, and how we can take these DNA methods from academia and make sure that they are implemented for regulatory purposes. We're envisioning that this workshop is essentially going to have 2 different components. The first day is kind of an open session. We'll have about 150 participants, and we'll be hearing from a number of different researchers on the latest in eDNA sampling and analyses. And then we'll have 2 days where we'll have a smaller, more curated selection of folks who are going to be participating, so that we can begin to draft some of the key products. And we're envisioning having some white papers that'll likely come out of this workshop. We're in the planning stages still, but it's tentatively scheduled for about 12 to 18 months from now that we'll be holding the workshop. And so for us, the ask to the council would be, if you're interested to serve as co-sponsors of the conference, it would help ensure that the council could be really invested and engaged in the planning of the conference, and then also be the direct recipient of some of our conference products and make sure that they're the sorts of things that the council really feels like will be valuable to a number of our work group and the council missions. So that's it from me. Okay, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions?
Hi, Susie. This is Nick. My question was kind of along all of them. What do you mean by support? Like moral support, or and then also with the sponsor, it's kind of what does that mean as far as just more details?
Yeah, 100%. So I'll answer your second question first. So for sponsorship for the EDNA conference, when we've been talking about it so far, we envision that this is something that might have a cost of like $100,000 to organize this whole conference. We could envision the council being involved for something like a $10,000 contribution. That's what we would see as like a sponsorship that I think would be valuable to moving this conference along. For the other items, I've done a bit of brainstorming in terms of what potential budgets could look like, and so sometimes the support is in-kind contributions. So if there are agencies that want to be participating in pilot studies, for example, we know that a number of agencies have field crews that are already going out and collecting samples, so that would be considered an in-kind contribution. And then maybe it's also time of personnel to analyze some data and then to be participating in meetings for coming up with best practice recommendations or conclusions from our various pilot studies. Let's see, so I think maybe does that hopefully answer your question?
Well, it does, except for we don't have any funding authority. We aren't an entity that has a budget, and so it would be asking our members for potential resources.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. So for the first ask that we have, I think we're asking directly the council for feedback. For asks 2 and 3 and the last one, the ones that probably involve a couple more dollar signs, that would be, turning to the council members for who is wanting to be engaged in these various pilot studies or the generation of the standardized protocols, and then that would potentially involve financial support or in-kind contributions.
So as I'm the liaison to this group, I'd like to elaborate on Susie's answers. So money is nice, but I honestly think, and I think even the way Susie was framing it here, money is secondary to on the bonus request to essentially giving it gravitas. I'd like to go back, if you could, Nick, to the Ask One slide. To me, this is the most important one. You've got a lot of people who are working together, and one of the reasons they're working together is essentially the promise that you will have some level of method standardization, and therefore you should want to participate in this because it's going to lead to a community that can all work together. And there's somebody at the back end who can say, yep, I put my stamp of approval on this. That doesn't mean that there's an absolute requirement that every program in the state ever use this. On the other hand, the motivation, when there is some stamp of approval at the back end, is very high. And the opportunity to get the funds to do the kind of standardization exercises goes up when you know that you have, in a sense, a client, not even a paying client, but a client for the product. I'll go one step further. If you go to the last slide, I think the most important, the bonus one, I think Susie was saying $10,000 just so, in a sense, it's easy to put your name on it, and because I think there are other people who will line up to help pay for the workshop. The federal agencies have already said they want to make that happen. But I think what gives it gravitas is if the whole goal of the workshop is to chart the path for what it's going to take to make something move out of the research lab and into the everyday practice, that having the council and the agencies that are part of the council be able to participate, as named partners in this process, as part of the planning process, and then be able to say, I'm Fish and Wildlife, or I'm the Water Board, or I'm the council, that this is what you need to do to make me buy in. and that there's a process through the council to get that buy-in. That's where the power is.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the ask number one is probably the easiest for the council. Once the draft protocols were in place and you got the sponsorship from the council, then that would be a clear path to the agency secretary to get, this is a recommendation from the council that these should be the standards and protocols implemented statewide. And then buy-in from there, then I think the other balls are rolling. Yeah, I think it's a good ask.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Susie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to just make a command decision and not give you a break, and we'll just finish up with our planning for 2020. I've circled the dates that work for me, and since I'm your chair, I'm probably the most important one. Just saying. So I'm going to suggest in March, the only one I'm available is the 19th. We specifically selected July 1st to coincide with the symposium that OWEMA and the SWAMP program put on every year. And so the idea being that we would have a gathering such as what Peter suggested earlier of all of the working groups and take advantage of the fact that many of the work group members are likely to attend the symposium, and so have an opportunity that's at the same time for the working groups to collaborate and work together and have their own sort of sub-event as part of the symposium. So I think we're pretty solid on July 1, and my hope is that the monitoring council members all plan to attend, and maybe we'll have special monitoring council name tags so we can identify, you know how they have the speaker, or I'm a board member, I'm a council member, would be good. So that's the July meeting. Then September, I can do any of the days as well as in December. So do we want to like doodle poll for those? Or, I mean, not all of the council members are here today, so we might want to.
How about instead of the last?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a question.
I think at this point.
The Northern California folks are outnumbered. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And we already have the July one will be in Sacramento. So my suggestion would be March and September be Southern California. Does that make sense? Flip flop?
It can be, if you guys have other facilities, I know SMC meets in different locations. If it doesn't have to always be Steve hosting, so if there are.
It's usually Squirt for SMC too.
Okay, well, there we go. Okay. It's a great venue, so I'm just open.
Yeah, if it's available, and then if it's not, then we'll have to find, oh, great. I mean, that's the other thing is finding an available venue and time, so.
I think for relocation.
How about ease of getting to your facility via an airport? Oh, well.
There you go.
Sounds good. And maybe we want to do the September one in your location. Okay. Darn San Diego.
In September, no less. I can certainly set up a doodle poll for the remaining dates if there's no preference for the current council members here between September. The September and October dates are just kind of picked out within a certain range from the other meetings, and around try to work around holidays so that we're not like as much as possible. So
The one. Oh. Well, then maybe we do December at Scorp instead of September. That would be fine with me. That piggyback.
December 4th work for everybody else. That's fine. Okay.
So December 4th would be the commission meeting, but December 3rd would be
okay.
the desirable date to piggyback on. Yeah.
There goes your A-list. I said, there goes your A-list status. That's great. So, okay, then, so December 3rd in Scorp, March 19th at Scorp, July 1 CalEPA, and then I will look, I'll poll the rest of the council members for these 3 dates, and then I'll confirm that we have at least this room available in Sacramento. So 3 out of 4 is pretty good.
So since we're on the topic of meetings and we talked about the desire to have a meeting coincide with the symposium in July, I think we should query the council for a subcommittee to help plan for that. I mean, it's not an event like the symposium, of course, but we certainly want to have an idea of how we want to frame it, and probably be worthwhile to have a subcommittee be thinking about that so we can make it as successful as possible. And since we have not everyone here, it might be an email that we...
I will email for interested parties. Sure.
Okay.
Great.
So anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn slightly early?
I just want to confirm to invite all the work group co-chairs to the January 14th meeting.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Anything else? Thanks, everyone. And thanks to the absent work group leads, and they all left, but it was a good day. So thanks, and we're adjourned.